and our dedicated academic team, KISS-DU is poised to scale new heights, and we are excited to be part of this transformative journey. As we embark on today's workshop, I encourage all participants to fully engage in the discussion, share ideas, and collaborate with one another to explore ways to maximize the reach and effectiveness of Swayam platform. Together, we can build an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable education ecosystem that empowers students across India. In closing, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. I sincerely hope that the knowledge exchange in today's outreach workshop will inspire you to make a meaningful difference in your institution. Thank you, and I look forward to a fruitful and engaging session. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Professor Deepak Kumar Behra, Vice Chancellor, KISS-DU, and Professor Sharanjit Singh, Vice Chancellor, KIIT-DU, Dr. Prasant Kumar Rautrai, Registrar, KISS-DU, and Gyanaranjan Mohanty, Registrar, KIIT-DU, to felicitate our esteemed guest with a token of love and appreciation. To begin with, Shri Kali Prasanna Mahapatra, IAS, Director, Higher Education, Government of Odisha. Now, Dr. Avishal Raj Kapoor, Joint Secretary, UGC. I also invite Shri Ramakanta Naik, Special Secretary to Government of Odisha, to kindly join us on the dais for the felicitation. His role and contribution, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It is an honor to welcome Shri Kali Prasanna Mohapatra, IAS, Director of Higher Education, Government of Odisha, an exceptional administrator. He has played a pivotal role in shaping the higher education landscape in Odisha. I take this opportunity and request Shri Kali Prasanna Mohapatra, sir, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning. Today, we are organizing, KIT is organizing the one-day Swayam outreach workshop on integration and implementation of Swayam courses in universities and their affiliated colleges for the state of Orissa, West Bengal, Bihar, and Jharkhand. Today, we have a very august presence of Dr. Avishal Raj Kapoor, Joint Secretary, UGC, Professor Deepak Kumar Behra, he is the Vice Chancellor and the Pathfinder for this program, Professor Sharanjit Singh, Professor Gyanaranjan Mohanty, Professor Prasant Kumar Rautrai, and the dignitaries present in front of the dais, those esteemed guests, and from friends from the media and students across this. Today, when we embark to a new chapter in the history of our country. And today, after so many years of independence, we are experimenting with the system of education since when we got independence. From the day we got independence, we started focusing on education, research, space research, and building up the modern industries. And within the course of 75 years, whatever we have achieved independence, we have become a front runner in many of the fields. The IITs, the IIMs that we established are now supplying the best minds to the Western world, to the entire world for that matter. Education had been our focus, and today, with the new education policy, we have also started thinking about how to make it more adaptive, more synchronized with the situation, with the present situation, with the present requirement. Given the population of our country of 1.4 billion, it's very difficult to really go forward with a program and then how it caters to the masses, how it works for our country, how it goes to the welfare of the students. It is a big challenge. It is there, therefore I think the role of UGC has been a very pivotal one. They have been constantly improving upon, they have thinking upon, they have been really experimenting upon, and then they have come across with brilliant ideas for which today we are proud to say that we have been able to keep pace with the development with the rest of the world. We are now a $1 trillion economy, and we are aspiring to become a $5 trillion economy, and we are among the top 3 economies of the world. Not a small achievement for the country like India's size. We are robbed of our capital, we are robbed of our things, and colonial exploitation for 200 years was something that crippled us. And from the ashes, we rose like the phoenix. And now we are a country where we are taken very seriously in any field. In any international field you go, India stands as a matter of, it has its own place of matter of pride of place. We may not be a permanent member of the United Nations, but we are still counted as one of the most pivotal role. When we went for the NAM, we were the pioneer in NAM Foundation. So I'm a little bit digressing to that, because what I feel is that the citadel, the foundation on which India stands today has been the education front. Today, if I'm asked which are the 4 most difficult things, 4 most challenges for the country, I would say education, employment, energy, and environment. Yes, all of them, I don't know, but it starts with E. So employment and education, they go in tandem. How do you go for it? If you are giving education to masses, how do they get employed? So that is where the challenges are. And when the employment factor comes, obviously the environment is also there. So among the 4 challenges, India faces all these challenges, but thanks to our innovative approach, we have been able to face it with courage and determination. So the thing I want to really focus on, that how we have embarked on this journey, how we have charted our way, how we have gone through this process. We have set up universities, we have set up higher education institutions, and now they are ranked among the best in the world. So obviously our focus has been right, but the problem with us is that there is a big hiatus, there is a big gap between the good, the best, and the not so best. So when we have institutes like IIM, IIT, and the universities, the big universities and good universities, there is also institutions which are lagging behind, there are institutions which are not up to the mark, there are institutions which have mediocre facilities. So that really is the challenge, how to bring them to the level where every institution, every system has everything the best that we can have it. So that is a big challenge for the country. Now that is where we are focusing on, and that would be the real challenge for us. But coming to Swayam, I would really congratulate UGC for that they have been a pioneering. It is a very pioneering effort that they could think of giving online facility. From the year 2017, they have been working on it. They have been trying to really get the steam, and now it has marched on. It has started flowing, and its effect will be felt within the next few years. So this is called innovative approach. How a country is thinking that let's go for they were thinking of the traditional method where a student was going to a college or going to a class, attending a class, they were given the chalk and blackboard and things. Then they thought of, like, let us go for online things. Now even online things also, they are trying to get it to the Mars. So you see how interesting it becomes. Sitting at home, they're not going for the, as I said, environment is also one thing. Now if a student is not coming out from his home or from his hostel, he's sitting at his home with his laptop and all that, doing the work, he's saving the environment. So I must thank again UGC for that matter, or the Mandarin sitting in the education sector, in the education ministry, Government of India. Whoever has got thought of this is a brilliant idea, and that is how we have to really go for it. So now we are also looking at giving employment, giving education, providing them the impetus. Students are made to come. They will see that this benefits them, and then the employment factor also comes into play, and as I said, environment and energy also takes care of it little bit. What I would like to really feel that all universities should be made mandatory. It cannot give an optional to universities that yes, you take it and you choose it or you don't. No. Programs such as Swayam should be made mandatory, because when it is, you know, that it is the best. It's a thinking that has gone into it, a lot of research has gone into it, and then we have come to it. So implementing it should not be left to the universities, so it will know if I don't go for it, it's okay. If the other university is going for it, it is okay. No. It should, I do not know, but if they have it in their mind, but for me, all universities, all institutes should be told that they should implement this. All the students should be told, yes, you come to the online platform. There should be something of a little bit of push, because you see, there will be some Cassandras, there will be some people who will be doubting Thomas's key. No, this may not work. But as I have said, this is the method, this is the approach that we should take, because we won't be able to make infrastructure. Now, you see, the number of students coming to universities. Yes, we have started having more and more universities, but given the strength of our students from the undergraduate courses and the graduation courses, you cannot go up setting university buildings and all that. So some students have to come to the colleges for their studies. Some can be engaged in the hostels. Some can stay at home and do that work. So by that way, what we are trying to do is that everyone is involved without really putting stress on the teaching faculties, also on the size of the buildings, size of the universities, and all that. So these type of Swayam programs, and I think it's a win-win situation. It's a very good situation. It's a solution to it has taken care of the students' need. It has taken care of the education need. It has also given scope for employment need. So what I can do is that even a student pursues a course in a particular subject, he is not entangled with that only. He is not focused. He can be given a very diverse topic, he can have it. So that option of having this NEP, the uniqueness of this NEP scheme is that a student has entered into a particular subject, then he finds it, okay, I'm finding it easy or interesting, but I have interest in some other subject also. That option was never there. So this going to the options, that makes it more interesting, that makes it more attractive for the students. And who knows, a student in a particular subject which he has chosen at that particular time might find it interesting, might find it a little boring or disgusting after 2 years, and then think of, no, I should have taken that in subject or that course. So that option has now become available with NEP. So NEP is the in thing, and it is a great idea. And even now Swayam is just an output, just a natural corollary to this type of things. Other systems, other private players have also started roping in this entrepreneur internship schemes and all that. They have also started it. So the revolution that starts, that is what always makes it India so beautiful. India is a country which has taken up challenges, and it has shown that it has the resilience, it has the capacity to really make it big. Take the example of railways, take the example of our election conduct, right? Take the example of our managing disasters. You will see the resilience, the power of India. There lies that unique quality in us, that we are not going to succumb to challenges. Remember, a country of 1.4 billion casting their vote, and 1.4 billion people, out of which around 70 lakhs people go to the electoral process every year, literally, because we have elections and they are conducted so smoothly. There is no question of anyone questioning the system. This is something that makes us really proud. This should make us really proud that, yes, we have faith in the system, and now we are an example for the others to follow. They are wondering when the election process starts. I remember every time when the election is held, delegates from most of the countries, including some countries which are called as the mother of democracies like US and UK, they also come to participate. They also come to see how this is happening. How can a booth also for a single voter can be there in the top reaches of a mountain? Yes, that is what we are trying to do. We have got it and we have been successful. Why I give you these examples is that wherever we have tried, take the example of railway network, take the example of our Aadhaar scheme and all that. Whatever we have done it with aplomb, we have done it with success, we have done it with real fortitude. This is India, this is the future of India. I see a great promise in this country, a country which has stood with its ideals. We have not compromised with our ideals. We have never compromised. It is the only country in the world perhaps which has not annexed any country. The history of the country says that we have never conquered any country of our neighborhood. Can you imagine a country of such tradition, such history, such background? We should take pride in this. When the national anthem was being sung or was played, just see the way it is sung. And it starts with a very low tone, and when it ends with the focus that, yes, we are rising. How beautiful it is written, how beautiful it has been told, how beautiful it has been carved. These are the things which makes us, as an Indian, I feel really proud. When I say this in front of you, I feel there is a blood rush in me. I have goosebumps. Because as an Indian, I feel that Swayam is just one such thing that makes me proud. I am now Ministry of Education. I came just 3 months back as director, so I don't have much idea about education sector. But whatever little I have now, I feel very confident that programs like Swayam, programs like other schemes of Government of India, the NEP, how to implement, how to go over it, how to make it the changeover. The changeovers are really challenging. When you change from a particular system to another system, when you adapt to that system, there lies the real challenge. But see how nicely we have done it. This is called the resilience, the power of India. So now with this optimism, I think I have been able to little bit induct that. I do not know. I always feel like that whenever I address a gathering, I always feel so excited to say, and with this young mass also, I feel that they should have also in that blood, that excitement, that urge to see that my country is the best and the best in the world, and the world is following us. Yes, the world is looking at India for everything. Remember that. The world is looking at us. It is not the other countries. I will not name any other country. But when it comes to good things, they look at India. We are not building nuclear warships. We are not putting our warships in the far-off oceans of another country. We are sitting at home. We are doing something which is looked at with awe. See the Chandrayaan program. We did it with a very minuscule budget. That is where our strength is. So thank you so much, Dr. Behra. You had invited me personally, and I couldn't say no to your gesture and giving me the opportunity to address such a beautiful gathering, such a wonderful dignitary sitting on the dais. And thank you very much. Hope, Jai Hind, Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. We have another felicitation. Just now, Sri Ramakanta Nayak sir joined us. So I also invite now Sri Ramakanta Nayak, Special Secretary to Government of Odisha, to kindly join us on the dais for the felicitation. His role and contribution has been immensely crucial to turn this workshop into reality. So please. Thank you so much, sir. We are privileged to have with us Dr. Avishal Raj Kapoor, Joint Secretary UGC. Dr. Kapoor has been instrumental in fostering higher education reforms in India, particularly in advancing digital learning initiatives. His insights will greatly enrich our discussions today. With this, I request Dr. Avishal Raj Kapoor, sir, to deliver his address. Sir, please.
Respected Shri Kali Prasanna Mahapatra ji, Director Higher Education Government of Odisha, Shri Govind Jaiswal ji, Joint Secretary Technology Enhanced Learning Ministry of Education, Shri Ramakant Naik ji, Special Secretary Higher Education Government of Odisha, Professor Deepak Kumar Behra ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor KES, Professor Dr. Saranjit Singh ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor KIIT, Professor Mohanty, Registrar KIIT, Dr. Rautre, Registrar KISS, delegates from the 4 states, Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar and Jharkhand, invitees and all those present in the hall. आप सभी को नमस्कार and a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, on behalf of the University Grants Commission and on my personal behalf, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you for having taken your time and for participating in today's very important workshop organized on a theme which is relevant, Swayam outreach program, but it has a two tangible identifier as target as integration and implementation of Swayam courses and embedding the same in the university ecosystem and the affiliated colleges. The organization of the workshop is resonating deeply with the times we live in, because these are the times of rapid technological advancement, very reducing at a very fast pace, reduction in innovation time frame. If you look at the innovation, the time frame and the time span for which that is innovation remains live is reducing at a very fast pace, and the sustainable global challenges. These are also the times which we call as globalization, and with globalization, ever increasing institutional competitiveness. On one side, we say that anyone, anytime, anywhere, but on the other side, it is also increasing institutional competitiveness, and we call that as survival of the fittest and best. Director of Higher Education previously said about the type of institutions. So when we look at the type of institutions in this country, and in the era of globalization and expectation from all of us as the academic leaders of higher education space, we see institutions in 3 categories: leading institutions, surviving institutions, and lagging institutions. You see so many things happening around the world in the space to which you belong. If you anticipate those changes and make those changes prior to the actual change which gets occurred, you become a leading institution. If you change with the change, you at least survive. And if you do not change or proactively implement the things, you always remain a lagging institution. Why Swayam Plus or the portal like Swayam Plus is important in today's time? Because our education system largely depends on the individual strength. From a student perspective, student marks, student grades, student performance, student placement. From a teacher perspective, my paper, my publications, my citations, my performance index. From an institution perspective, all put together in the form of tangible and non-tangible quantifiers and qualifiers. But what is important to succeed in this globally competitive environment is to make network of the resources, to make cluster with the other institutions, with the complementary skills. If we do not do this, then we will always be constrained by our own limitations. And if you see any institution across the globe, which is considered to be the benchmark institution, you will always see one consistency in that set of institutions: the ability to perform in a cross-border, cross-cultural, cross-competitive environment. And when you look at these three tangible variables, the portal like Swayam Plus plays a big part. And how this can shape, because we all have to shape the future of the students to which we are connected directly with. 4 important developments which have taken place, and all of us should look at those developments as an academic leaders. First is the announcement of National Education Policy 2020 on 29 July 20. Second is the G20 summit which we had. Third is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And the fourth is the report which came in the last month, January 25. The report on the future of the job prospects. And if you look at these 4 important developments in a space to which all of us belong, you will find a very high degree of uniformity, consistency, and parity. This is because if you look at tangible 4 outcomes expected on the basis of recommendation of National Education Policy is, the first one is to make a transformational reforms in school education and higher education space to make India a knowledge superpower. Second is that Indian education system will become second to none by 2040 in providing quality higher education irrespective of the learner's social and economic background. Third is the gross enrollment ratio, which is around 28% at present, will go to 50% by 2035. And the fourth is where you all are connected, that any graduate which this graduation system of higher education of this country will produce will be called as global citizen. Who will be called as global citizen? That is also defined in the National Education Policy. Somebody who has deep respect for being an Indian, takes pride in being an Indian, values Indian knowledge systems, Indian cultures, Indian ethos on one side. It has also has commitment towards sustainable development goals, human rights, grand challenges in a globally competitive environment, seeing society as a single society and for global well-being. Similarly, if you look at G20 resolutions on education, there were 6 resolutions. All are getting connected with the technology interface. What are those 6 resolutions by the member countries? The one was that we'll put a lot of emphasis on foundational learning or the core learning of any discipline to graduate belongs. We will provide enhanced accessibility to vocational and technical education. We will have a lot of mobility of scientists, mobility of researchers, mobility of students among the member countries, support to institutions and faculty members to keep pace with technology. And the last one was very important, is the lifelong learning in terms of skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. All these portals which you see, you will see lot of implementation coming out of these recommendations. Similarly, you can see the global challenges. You can see the sustainable development goal. We have 17 goals defined with 169 targets. But more importantly, there are 5 P's. People, all those sustainable development goal actually addresses these 5 P's. People, peace, prosperity, planet, and partnerships. Partnerships again is global partnerships. Similarly, and when we look at the future of jobs, because as an educator, how these courses will come into picture is when we do not look at what is going to come in the future. Look at World Bank's report on the future of jobs, World Economic Forum's report on future of jobs, as recent as January 25. It has given 15 jobs which will prevail for some time. Jobs related to artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, environment, sustainability, healthcare, education, electrical in the vehicles, in the automotive vehicles. So many areas across disciplines will come in times to come in terms of employment. And if you look at the post-National Education Policy notification, many of you may be connected with the various social media platform of University Grants Commission and Ministry of Education. More than 45 initiatives have been taken. Some of the initiatives which are very relevant from the Swayam perspective is permitting 40% online component in the conventional education. Emphasis on the online space and the distance space. Permitting through National Credit Framework, 2 degrees, 2 programs together, one in the conventional, another in the online or the distance mode, or a combination of these mediums. What it tells us that we need to understand what is enabled in terms of guidelines, in terms of regulations, in terms of policies. Look at our own ecosystem and enable some of the courses which will not only enhance the knowledge but also enhance the employability skill set of the graduates to which our education system is producing. Today, you also have a session on the Swayam Plus, which government specifically designed for employability-centric courses. So many courses still available on the Swayam Plus courses, but you need to look at, are you embedding these courses in your curriculum? 2 important guidelines we announced recently. One is the introduction of short-term skill courses or micro-credentials, 30 hours, 60 hours, 15 hours, 300 hours in the multiples of creditization, keeping the creditization same as is in the academia, to make part of our education space and give a diversified learning experience to the learners. Another guideline which was there in 2020 also, but now we have come out with new one, is the apprenticeship embedded degree program, where a student can be there from 1 semester to the 50% of total duration in an industry ecosystem. So actually he is practicing what he is learning as he is completing his undergraduate program. And all those 45 plus initiatives, you will see a lot of flexibility built into on the direction and the recommendation of National Education Policy. Even irrespective of discipline, you can have 2 majors, you can have multiple minors. Irrespective of major and minor, you can take admission in the PG program. You can go to PhD directly from a 4-year undergraduate program. And you can bring all these Swayam Plus courses and Swayam courses as a part of the undergraduate degree program in terms of its short modules, so that a student is able to pursue the courses which are of his interest apart from the discipline to which he is formally enrolled as a student. There are many innovations happening in this ecosystem. Without naming one, I will share here is, many of you, I don't know whether you have heard or not, design your own degree program, where a student is not given admission at the first year level in a BA, BCom, BSc, BE, economics, no discipline. You are given admission only in the undergraduate program. And what they have done in an innovative manner, if you look at worldwide, 40 to 45% of credit comes from the core discipline. The rest of the credit comes from the allied part, interdisciplinary parts, we call earlier co-curricular, extracurricular, and many other domains. So what is expected as a professional in the life, irrespective of discipline to which you belong, all have been coupled in the 64 credit which you are expected to complete in 3 to 3.5 semesters. So all courses of computing languages knowledge, community projects, team projects, applied mathematics, finance, and many other components of teamwork and the complex problem have been built into these 64 credits. And at the end of year and a half, when the student is more matured in terms of understanding his choices, he gives an option of, I want to pursue arts, commerce, economics, engineering. Then onwards, depending on the duration of the program, 3 or 4 years, all the core courses starts. So these are the innovation times. These are the time to take to do experimentation, because time will tell that whether experimentation was correct or incorrect. But I personally believe that anything which is done with two things, passion and purpose, and correct intent, generally will end up in the positive outcome of any initiative which we take. So I want to put a point across before I end, that Swayam Plus is one of the technology platform which provides enormous opportunity in terms of having courses therein. But as an academician and as an educators, we need to look at, understand those courses, find its relevance in terms of embedding into curriculum, because all ecosystem to enable the embedding of skilling programs or the online programs have been already put into place. And you need to look at what courses you need. You yourself can design some of the courses and upload on one of these Swayam or Swayam Plus. So I believe that all of us role have changed in times to come. It is not as straight, it is not as simple as it used to be. Our role has got many diversification, many facets of shaping the minds of the students who are with us. But I think we need to collectively create an ecosystem which lead our students to more innovative, more inclusive, and more conducive future in the times to come. I am confident that today's outreach program on Swayam will highlight some of the points how to embed these courses, how to do that, and how this can be enabled. In the next session presentation, I have kept last slide just to give you an idea how some of the initiatives directly gets coupled with the Swayam initiative. And I'm confident that before we leave today, all of us will have something to take back, and sessions will be interactive. And our job doesn't end of taking it something from here. Our job actually ends when we implement back in our institution. There also it doesn't end, because nothing is permanent. Any model of quality which we will design, we need to continuously refine it and improve it on continuous qualitative basis. With this, once again, thanks to all of you for sparing your valuable time and making it convenient, and look forward to interaction in the second session. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Shri Rohit Tripathi, Deputy Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He is an esteemed alumnus of BHU, holding a BTech degree in Civil Engineering from IIT BHU. With his extensive experience in the higher education sector, he has been instrumental in shaping policies for digital interventions in education. Let's welcome Shri Rohit Tripathi, sir, to share his insights.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Can I get an indication whether you can hear me? You can. Okay, great. So first of all, thank you to Professor Deepak Kumar from the Kalinga Institute of Social Science, the Vice Chancellor of KISS, the Vice Chancellor of Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, Professor Sarabjit Singh, Dr. Avijal Kapoor, Joint Director, UGC, and Prasanna Mohapatra, Director, Higher Education, Odisha. And also, I welcome all the delegates from Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar, and Jharkhand to this gathering. And I thank all of you for sparing your time for this endeavor. So I'm not actually going to talk about Swayam. There are detailed presentations in the course of the workshop, which you will hear, which will go into different aspects of Swayam ecosystem. What I really want to do is to give you a snapshot of what the ministry is doing in terms of digital interventions in the higher education ecosystem. So my presentation would highlight the approach that we have taken at each aspect of higher education ecosystem, And let me see if you can. Right. I hope my presentation is visible as well. So as Dr. Avichal was sharing, and before that, Director Prasanna Mahapatra, our starting point is the National Education Policy 2020, which aims to digitally transform the entire ecosystem of higher education. Not only higher education, but school education as well, but I will focus on higher education as of now. So a few of the digital interventions at the ministry level are academic bank of credits. You must be familiar with the operationalization of national credit framework, which Dr. Avichal Kapoor hinted at. This academic bank of credit and corresponding APAR ID will make sure that the students would have the flexibility to pursue multidisciplinary, multi-entry exit education. The second is, of course, the Swayam platform, but Swayam is not alone. There are a number of e-content platforms available through the Ministry of Education: Swayam, Swayam Plus, Swayam Prabha, which is through TV, and also Sathi, which is for competitive examinations. Then there is e-governance suite. So this is an ERP solution for higher education institutions to smoothen their administrative and governance processes to manage their employees and student life cycles. And we have, to address the employability and skill gap, we have a scheme called National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, which actually focuses on the new initiative of AEDP, Apprentice Embedded Degree Program as well. And there are a few research initiatives from the MOE which digitally try to improve the ecosystem of research. So first was IRINS, which is a global platform for the scholars to connect and to share their research. There is eShodh Sindhu, which is now ONOS, One Nation, One Subscription, which was launched a few weeks ago. So just to highlight the broad architecture of the digital intervention follows the e-content is one for the students to take online classes. Then for higher education institutions, there's Samarth, which is a highly customizable ERP. There are a few research initiatives, then there is MATS and ABC. So we'll start with ABC, Academic Bank of Credits. This was launched in 2021. It's digital storage for credits that you have earned from any source. So be it skill courses, be it the academic courses, or even your prior experience can be creditized through this academic bank of credit. You are, a student is given a 12-digit APAR ID, and that is an academic passport for their entire educational journey. For each interaction, it gets recorded and gets credited to the academic bank. So far, 3.83 crore APAR IDs have been created in higher education institutions. Nearly more than 2,200 IHIs are registered on the portal. More than 1 crore APAR IDs, out of those 4 crore APAR IDs, have been seeded with credits. And 3 crore educational records have been mapped to those IDs. For the HEIs, it streamlines the operations, it gives the verified records easily, it improves the examination and entrance exam processes vastly. For the students too, it's one-stop solution where you can go and fetch your records. It also allows you mobility to move into a different institution, get a credit from some other course. So for example, if you're doing a course on Swayam, it will be possible for you to get credit for those Swayam courses through ABC. Now, when we come to the states and the current adoption of these initiatives in ABC, in Bihar, there are 26 lakh higher education students who are enrolled, but out of those 26, only 2.65 APAR IDs have been seeded with credit. So that's a large gap. There's only 10% which have been seeded so far. This initiative wouldn't make much headway unless we have credits in the system. So I would implore the states to seed the APAR IDs with the credits that the students are getting. There's a large gap to be filled. When it comes to the higher education institutions, there are 29 private universities deemed or state universities in Bihar. Out of that, only 27 have been registered on the portal, but only 16 are uploading the data. And within the 16, there's a pending data for 12 lakh APAR IDs, and they have only uploaded for 2 lakh APAR IDs. And 11 out of 27 have not started the credit data upload at all. When it comes to Jharkhand, the total population is 8.79 lakh. 22% have been seeded with APAR with credits, and there's still a gap of about 80%. When it comes to the higher education institutions, there are 34 total institutions which are private or state universities. 32 are on the portal. 20 of them are uploading the data. Again, the pending upload of data is vast compared to the data which has been uploaded so far. So this is the data as of 2020, end of 2024. 12 out of 32 have not started the upload at all. When it comes to West Bengal, the situation is even starker. So only 6% of the enrolled population, according to the AISHE survey, has the credits in their APAR IDs. So there's a nearly 95% gap there. When it comes to the adoption in HEIs, 31 institutions out of 53 have uploaded the credit data. Again, the pending uploads within those 31 institutions outstrips that the upload that they have done. So only 1.3 lakh APAR IDs have been submitted, but nearly 10 lakh remain. 15, as you can see, have not started the upload at all. When it comes to Orissa, the numbers are slightly better. 15% of our IDs have been seeded with credits. Out of 38, 33 are on the portal. 17 of them are uploading the data. But again, the gap remains large. So our expectation from the states, especially from Prasanna Mahapatra, would be to sort of have an institutional linkage between the ministry at the central level and from the HEIs at the state level. So we have a proper flow of communication. We can provide the support where it is needed. We can hear the feedback from the states and from the HEIs. And we need to promote the APAR and ABC in the state universities, which are bigger in terms of the affiliations or in the student enrollment. So we need to target our interventions to those universities which have the largest numbers first. And it would be worthwhile to pursue APAR ID as the primary identification for the admission process. So that gives you a vast body of students at the beginning of their educational journey. And of course, to have a nodal officer to oversee these communications at state level would be very useful. And workshops like these would help create awareness in the universities as well as the student body and the faculty about these initiatives. From HEIs, the expectations are sort of similar in nature. They should have a nodal person to oversee the mapping of PAR IDs with credit data. So the responsibility should be delegated to a single person. They should help create APAR IDs for enrolled students and also integrate the APAR system with the ERP that they have. So if they are using Samarth as their ERP, it's pretty simple to integrate it with Samarth. If you're using your own homegrown or some third-party ERP system, it would help a lot if you integrate ABC and the Power ID with your ERP system. And of course, to have these kind of workshops would always help. These are the contact details. If you encounter any problem, have any feedback, if you encounter a roadblock, feel free to contact me, Rohit Tripathi, or Gaurav Khare, who is in charge of this in Digital India Corporation. I would share the presentation so you can note down the contact detail later as well. As I hinted at, Samarth eGov is a DPI under NME ICT, which we have developed in collaboration with Delhi University. It's a highly customizable ERP, which will make our campuses future and digital ready. As of now, more than 12,000 higher education institutions have onboarded on the platform. More than 1.6 crore student records are on the platform. Similar numbers are for the digital transactions, and the total worth of those digital transactions is nearly 6,000 crores. For the higher education system, adopting Samarth has huge benefits. It basically transforms all of your processes from paper to digital. It seamlessly provides services to all your stakeholders, including students, employees, faculty, as well as administrators. It can connect with other schemes and portals. So you can connect it with Swayam, you can connect it with ABC, and have cross-linkages between the data systems that you have at different places. And there's a highly customizable, there are total 43 modules. So each one deals with the different things. For example, library management, student lifecycle management, admission, the employee management for payroll. So everything has been covered, and you can customize it to suit your needs. For students as well, it could be one-stop solution where you can go and have information about your admission, about your let's say, what kind of classes would be there today, and where should I go? What library resources are available? Where could I book a room? Anything that a student wants is available at one platform in his or her mobile. These are the modules. As I said, there are total 43, which can be customized by the higher education institution. When it comes to the numbers in these 4 states, Bihar, there are only 13 HEIs who have onboarded out of 1,444. So there's a really large gap. I think there's a lot of potential which is being not utilized right now. 75% usage among those 13 that have onboarded is only across 2 modules. So out of 43, 75% of the usage is only across 2 modules. So again, that points to even the institutions who have onboarded are only using a few facilities of the system. The student details are, again, the numbers are quite small. And so it goes for the employees. For Jharkhand, the numbers are better. 136 total HEIs have been onboarded out of 514. But 90% of the usage in those 136 HEIs is across 2 modules again. For West Bengal, it's only 11 out of 2,100. So really stark numbers there. It's free of cost and it's available to all HEIs. It's a shame that we are not using it. For Odisha, 20 out of nearly 1,800 institutions are using it as of now. And you see the similar number across usage. From the state administrators, our expectation would be to provide policy support to make this initiative adopted better in the institutions. There should be awareness campaigns, there should be monitoring and evaluation of the adoption. And we also have dashboards available according to your needs. So state administrators can see in their dashboard what is the usage of various initiatives, including Swayam, Samarth, or ABC. What is the usage in your state? In what institution, what percentage of people are using these initiatives? Those credentials can be provided to you. And it would be good if you could have those credentials and monitor the progress of these initiatives. And of course, last point, it would be good to have a feedback mechanism so that you understand the problems that the HEIs are facing in in adoption of these initiatives, and you can relay that back to us, and we can support in any way possible. From HEI as well, it would be great if the push comes from the top levels, from vice chancellors, from registrars, to use Samarth, and to form a technical team of nodal officers to coordinate and see the implementation. Again, wider adoption of all modules would be useful for institutions as well as students. So unless you have that critical mass, you wouldn't see the benefits flowing in. This is, again, a national apprenticeship training scheme, which is targeted to bridge the skill gap. This provides 1 year practical training for apprentices to gain hands-on experience. And Government of India provides 50% of the minimum prescribed stipend. The median stipend actually goes up to 30 to 35,000 per month. So it's a very useful scheme in terms of how lucrative it is for a fresh graduate, and to bridge the trust gap as well, so that the employer knows that this is what the quality of the graduate is, and it can result in the further full-time employment. In the last 5 years, nearly 9 lakhs apprentices have been engaged. But the big chunk of that number has come from last year, from the interventions at the highest level. 4 lakh apprentices have engaged in the ongoing financial year, and we hope that it would go to up to 5 lakhs. 2,000 HEIs are on the portal, and 10,000 establishments, that is the employers, have partnered with us. Benefits, again, you get the practical skills, so much talked about skill gap in our graduates. So according to the India Skill Report, there's only 50% of our students are employable. So this scheme could fill that gap. And we, of course, are aligning ourselves to the requirement of the vision of NEP as well, to provide skills. For the students, they get the practical benefits, they get stipend, and it is a valid proof of work while applying for government jobs as well. So the 1 year apprenticeship that you do, you get a certificate at the end of it, and that is a valid proof of work. When it comes to the states that are participating in this workshop, out of the nearly 3.5 lakh graduates and diploma holders, only 15,000 were engaged from Bihar. Out of nearly 1,500 institutions, only 7 are on the portal. So again, these numbers kind of tell you the need for us to expand this scheme to a wider audience, and that's why these kind of workshops are important. In Jharkhand too, you have a similar number. 8,000 out of 1.5 lakh students are engaged, and only 4 institutions have registered on the portal out of 514. In Odisha, there is no higher education institution which is registered. I hope that number changes. In West Bengal, again, no institution is on the portal, and we fervently hope that this number changes. And more students are made aware of this initiative, and they can take benefit of the monetary as well as skill benefits from this scheme. The expectation from the states is to encourage the universities and higher education institutions to register on the portal, to have this ADP program, Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program, to integrate that in this scheme, to focus on, again, big universities with highest enrollments or affiliations, and to have a mechanism to encourage these universities to adopt ADP. From HEIs as well, it would be great to offer apprenticeship as an integral part of their curriculum and to assign, of course, credit in line with the National Credit Framework and sign MOUs with the boards to secure apprenticeship. These are the 4 centers. For you, it would be the Eastern region, and the contacts again have been shared. I'll share the presentation for you to note it down. Now, when it comes to the research initiatives, as I said earlier, IRINS is a network of scholars where you can go and see the research, whatever suits your field of interest, and you can collaborate and improve your research quality. There are 1,450 institutions which are on the platform. More than 2 lakh profiles have been created. 30 lakh publications have been integrated, and more than 2.5 crore citations have been tracked on the portal. Again, when it comes to the numbers from the 4 states, there is a large gap that needs to be closed. Only 29 higher education institutions from Bihar, 14 from Jharkhand, 86 from West Bengal, and 30 from Odisha. eShod Sindhu, which is now known as One Nation, One Subscription, provides the access to 10,000 peer-reviewed journals. This, again, is a great resource for any researcher doing any kind of research. 315 institutions are on the platform. More than 10,000 journals are available, and 2 lakh ebooks are available. When it comes to the numbers from the 4 states, there's a yawning gap that needs to be filled. eShod Shuddhi is a plagiarism detection software which is provided to all higher education institutions to ensure originality and integrity of academic work. And this also has participation from nearly 1,150 institutions. 1.78 lakh users are on the platform. More than 14 lakh documents have been submitted for detection of plagiarism. When it comes to the numbers, again, I would urge that we go further. So, apart from these, I think there are a couple other initiatives which you must have heard of earlier, but eShod Ganga, eShod Chakra are the research lifecycle management interventions from the digital space that the MOE is supporting. But to sort of conclude and to put into perspective the whole bouquet of services that you have apart from Swayam. So Swayam Prabha, Sathi, all of that e-content you'd have, detailed presentation, other lectures, but to sort of underline the whole ecosystem, we need to move forward, as has been said by the speakers before me. The brick and mortar institutional system that we have, it's very useful, but it would not be able to cope with the demand that we have and the demand that we are going to have going forward. So it is imperative that we use the technology that and the rapidly changing technology that we have to realize the vision of NEP. And to do that, the first step would be to increase adoption of these interventions, of all of these various interventions supported by the government. We need to build capacity of our faculty, of our students, of our administrators to use these tools effectively. We need to, again, develop the infrastructure. And again, I would urge you to contact us, or the administrators, the HEIs, to have the facility to track and monitor the progress in your particular jurisdiction. All of that data is available and would be provided to you. And we need to set clear, measurable targets, and we need to achieve them in order to take full benefit of these resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With a distinguished academic journey spanning premier institutions like IIT Varanasi, BIT Mestra, and Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Professor Saranjit Singh is a stalwart in the field of mechanical and production engineering. A dedicated researcher and mentor, he has guided numerous PhD and master's scholars while contributing over 100. Okay, sir.
Thank you so much, madam. I'm sure all the distinguished members today in this August auditorium would have been mesmerized by the three talks which we have seen. Two at an experience at Analog, because both senior functionaries and stalwarts are here with us on the dais, and one which was an online. And I will definitely take some cues from the honorable members here who have spoken to all of us here. Especially, I was very keen listening to Sri Rohit Tripathi ji, the Deputy Secretary for TEL, Ministry of Education, that is Technology-Enabled Learning. And he ended his presentation with such a wonderful notes. So a lot of cues, from his discussion, his presentation, and the presentation given by the Honorable IS officer who is here on the dais with us, Sri Kali Prasanna Mahapatra ji. He is also the Director for Higher Education, Government of Odisha, and as well as very honorable and distinguished Dr. Avichal Raj Kapoor ji, who is the Joint Secretary from UGC. What probably Mr. Tripathi mentioned is $1 million question which every one of us as an academician actually might be discussing, thinking, at least since last 4 years, when we have been part of the COVID lockdown, that is analog versus digital. So how much digital and how much analog and how much digital is necessary and how much digital probably will not, dilute the overall analog experience the students get in the four walls of a classroom and universities like this where we are. But you'll all agree that there are many factors beyond the four walls of classrooms and the universes of educations like us, like universities. And these factors are beyond our control, and one of them is technology. And when we say technology, it is change in the technology as well, and the rate of change of technology as well. 5 years back, we were talking about AI as buzzword. I think from being mechanical and manufacturing engineering background, I have been teaching expert systems, robotics since 25 years, 30 years back. And we used to talk about artificial intelligence those days as well, because there are a lot of literature available since 1960s. But the kind of AI platforms and tools which we are talking about right now, with including the Gen AIs which we are talking about, and the evident example was the DeepSeek, which happened in China, which eroded 1 trillion, more than 1 trillion market share of some of the big FANG companies of US. You can understand that we are sitting at a cusp of a huge, huge transformation happening. And this disruptions and transformations are not leaving the education sector as well. Education, not the last or the least, but it is equally getting disrupted by the advent of this Industry 5.0 tools, which today Gen AI and AI is the in thing. Now, just imagine, I'm giving you a very wild thought. And everyone you might be knowing about AR, VR, and MR, virtual realities of the world, right? What happens, suppose this technology also become frugal in next 5 years, and then we have avatars of all the distinguished vice chancellors who are sitting here, available globally, that you can sit here and you can teach, coach, and mentor any student at any nook and corner of the globe. And the experience, the digital experience will be as near as like an analog experience. Gone. what will then all these teachers who are sitting in the August auditorium will do? How is this going to shape up? Is a very important topic. I think we all have to understand. Our life as a teacher, mentor, and coaches are also getting disrupted. I mean, our roles have been changing. I am taking the cue from very honorable Raj Kapoor sir, who has mentioned this today. And we heard our honorable IS sir also on the sitting on the dais. They have spoke about 5 Ps and whatnot. You have to understand the pace with which the technology interventions are coming up. Digitization and digital is the way forward. 2030, I'm sure the entire landscape of higher technical education in India is bound to change. Today, as a parents, you ask any one of us, आपका बच्चा को कहाँ पढ़ाना है engineering में, everybody will raise hand, computer science. I tell you the way the skills and the advanced skills, and sir mentioned about future jobs, or the future of work by some of those McKinseys of the world who publish those white papers. If you can see, you can understand there will be an extension of the mass IT related, all mundane, automated, automation related IT jobs in the market. And what probably will evolve will be a little higher end jobs, or will be too low a pyramid where anybody coming from a BA, BSc, BCom can able to perform it using those AI powered platforms. So our understanding of the market has to be that where we are going to next 5 years, 10 years down the line, and our investments has to be in sync with that. I think we heard Mr. Tripathi, who spoke very well about the initiatives of Government of India. Last 6-7 years, I think we have a brilliant run by University Grant Commissions. I am thankful to everybody on the dais here and all the members of UGC, including the chairman of UGC as well, because they have brought in such a wonderful innovations in the education system that it has actually opened up everything. And the true meaning of education everywhere, anywhere, at any given point of time is what probably our policymakers have been thinking and implementing in India. Yes, there will be challenges. There will be challenges of digital divide. There will be challenges of internet, access to infrastructure, access to quality MOOCs, access to quality faculty, and so on and so on. And probably even access to all this because of the kind of power which we'll be needing, energy which we'll be needing. So probably energy transition, India pledging by 2070 becoming net zero, and it was been very evident. If you see this time in budget, there has been 20,000 crore allocated for education in nuclear. The indication is very clear by the government that probably we have to look into the energy transition systems to go more green. And if you won't have that, probably you are not going to sustain the infrastructure. You are not going to have, so when I say infrastructure, just imagine, if you see the DeepSeek and what probably the best of the FANG companies were doing in US, they claim 1/10 of the energy intensive is what DeepSeek is. Now that is what probably we are talking about. But anyways, I am not talking in detail about that. My only last very important data points coming from engineering background, I do talk about quantitative way of making people realize that in 2023, 2024, the EdTech market globally was poised to be around $335 billion. In next 6 years, with a CAGR of almost like 15% YOY, it is bound to grow by 2029 to more than $750 billion. Now, as a simple maths, every one of us, whether irrespective we are a teacher or we are working in a corporate, there is a huge scope to be a party to this particular humongous business opportunity coming in our way. Might be in the form of developing a small assorted courses like MOOCs, which is like a national MOOCs for us through NPTEL is like Swayam, which is our national intellectual properties, and I think that has to be inflated with the numbers. Quality-wise, there is no doubt it is one of the best, and many people shy away from it is because it is too rigorous. I think you will imagine, and getting a certification is also much tougher as compared to all those called MOOCs of the world, which has been homegrown from the Western, some of the big top 50, top 100, ranked universities. All said and done, there is huge to contribute in this area. I wish this workshop a huge success. I think you have got the best of the people today here. They have all will be opening up. I don't know whether it can be a wishful thinking, but every faculty in this university should be actually made mandatory that they should develop at least one MOOCs. And if you can able to do that, probably, and it is a doable thing, it is all about intent. It is all about the jinx, probably. We have to broke it and we can come forward. We can be trained and we can have a lecture capture system in our universities. Most of you might be having that with the studios around, and probably one MOOCs we can contribute. If we can do that, and series of MOOCs can make online educations actually realizable, because the market will move towards that. The employers and the regulators on the market, if they start recognizing completely the online degrees and the MOOCs probably, then this entire brick and mortar may vanish. But again, coming back to where I started, is a billion-dollar question and a trade-off which happens between analog and digital. Thank you all for a patient listening. Have a good stay. Have a good day ahead. Looking forward connecting with many of you, maybe today if you get an opportunity. Thank you, sir, and thank you everyone on the dais, including our very senior colleague, Vice Chancellor Professor Deepak, both the registrars and our COE from KISS, and both the guests of honors. I have a pleasure meeting both of you. One last thing to mention, I was been saying to Rajkumar sir, and I'll request our Honorable Secretary sir as well, that state of Odisha and Bengal, probably what Tripathi ji was mentioning, we have not been part of 4-year BA, BSc, BCom, entrepreneurship link program, because it is yet to start. This is going to commence from this year. I think 4 universities have been chosen from state of Odisha. KIT is also one among it, and probably we will like to contribute heavily among that, because these courses will reach out to nooks and corners of Odisha and will improve upon the gross enrollment ratio, which is the wishful thinking, and which is the wish of our Honorable Prime Minister as well. I also at this time will thank every one of you, those who will be delivering the lecture, and also our Honorable Founder. He could not be present here today, but his well wishes are there with every one of you. You know how his journey has been. You have seen the videos. We look forward working closely to all of you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We are happy to have with us the Vice Chancellors of various universities, Professor Sabita Acharya, Vice Chancellor, Utkal University, Professor Chandidharan Rath, Vice Chancellor, Ramadevi University, Professor N. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor, Gangadhar Meher University, Professor Prasanna Kumar Swayam, Vice Chancellor, Utkal University of Culture, Professor Gitanjali Das, Vice Chancellor, Berhampur University, and Professor Nivedita Nath, Vice Chancellor, Manikeshwari University, Bhavanipatna, Kalahandi.
Thank you for joining us. And with this, we conclude this first session. The tea break will be now, and you all can proceed to the Kunja Bana, which is towards the right side. And we will see you shortly. In 10 minutes, we will resume the session. So yeah, we can now proceed for the tea break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, or KISS Bhubaneswar, India, is the world's largest fully free residential educational institution. It provides free education from kindergarten to post-graduation and beyond, accommodation, nutritious food and comprehensive healthcare, sports and vocational empowerment to over 80,000 underprivileged indigenous children, 30,000 students in Bhubaneswar, 40,000 alumni and 10,000 students in 10 satellite centers in 10 districts of Odisha. 65% of its student body is female. KISS, deemed to be university, is the first and largest exclusive tribal university in the world. KISS has been successfully implementing the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. KISS is the recipient of UNESCO International Literacy Prize 2022. It is a unique educational initiative for social transformation and change.
KISS, deemed to be university, is the higher education wing of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences and the only university in the world exclusively for indigenous scholars. The students pursue their research in the world-class residential campus with all facilities provided to them, absolutely free of cost. It was granted deemed to be a university status in 2017 by the erstwhile Ministry of Human Resources Development under de novo category. The one-of-its-kind university focuses on teaching and research in unique and emerging areas of knowledge related to tribal culture, philosophy, heritage, linguistics and literature, science and technology, tribal resource management, tribal legal studies, and tribal rights. It has 7 innovative schools that act as a think tank for tribal-related issues of importance to academic and critically analyze the tribal policies, laws, culture, and importance and other solutions to KISS for its continuous improvement in course of evolution in particular and to the wider society in general. School of Tribal Legal Studies and Tribal Rights, School of Comparative Indigenous All the achievements of KIIT have been possible because of its founder, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, lovingly called Samanta Sir, the epitome of principles, discipline, hard work, self-sacrifice and selfless service. One will not believe how a humble man has steered two institutions to glory, facing hardships, humiliation and indescribable struggle, and yet remained very humble. And as our founder says, where KIIT is today is the combined effort of the students, staff and well-wishers, coupled with the
One day in 1969, very early in the morning, at about 5 a.m., a small boy about 4 years old could not understand why all of a sudden members in the family burst into a loud wail and looked crestfallen. Not knowing what to do and what not to do, the child looked inquiringly at the grief-stricken faces. Soon he came to realize that his father had died, though the word death was beyond his understanding. His father had died in a tragic train accident, leaving 7 siblings and the widowed wife behind. The youngest sibling was about a month old and the eldest 17 years. The deceased father was a petty worker in an industry and had left no savings for the 8-member family to survive on. All the siblings, including the small boy, had to grow up in the midst of severe poverty in a very remote village of Orissa in India. The boy did odd menial jobs here and there voluntarily and helped his widowed mother. The early childhood and fate forced the boy to fend for himself and was thus self-made right from the age of about 5 years. He gave his mother the solace by wiping her tears, and he gave his little sister the comfort of his lap to sleep on. By about 7 years of age, the boy was already sharing his hard-earned money from his work with the classmates. He kept 1 rupee out of his wage earned for the day just to give tea and snacks to his 4 friends at a tea shop near the school where they studied. He also helped the village folks and friends by giving his time and energy to fetch groceries and provisions from the nearby market every now and then. The boy grew up to be a youth in due course. One day, while he was doing his master's program in Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, he gave away the 300 rupees given to him by his eldest brother for joining the college picnic to one of his friends who had no money, and helped the friend to join the picnic while he himself stayed away from it. After completion of his master's degree in chemistry, this young man landed himself in a teaching job in a local college. Besides the job, he did private tutoring, and with the income, he supported his needy friends and his poor family members, ignoring his own comforts.
This young man soon thought of and ventured to set up 2 institutions with only 5,000 rupees, equal to $100 in a rented building in 1992-93. Today, while one of these institutions has become the most promising university of the country with 40,000 students from across the globe, the other institution has become the beauty of the world, which nurtures and gives a decent life to 80,000 poor indigenous children of the country, 30,000 from KIIS Bhubaneswar, 40,000 alumni, 10,000 in 10 satellite centers in 10 districts of Orissa, providing free education from kindergarten to post-graduation and professional education with fully free residential and boarding facility.
The small institute that started with only $100 in 1992 has been instrumental in giving smiles directly and indirectly to 1 million people and looks forward to giving smiles to 10 million people by 2030. He has also given back to his remote village turning it into a model village having all amenities of a city. He has also greatly contributed towards enriching art, culture, films, literature, spiritualism, and many other fields. The same person, after creating so much for the society and people, and after achieving so much, lives the simplest of the simple life in a two-room rented house without any personal property, and has chosen to remain a bachelor. His only hobby is to bring smiles to faces of thousands of poor children, irrespective of caste, creed, and religion. This boy of yesteryears, who has now grown big in stature, gives credit for all his accomplishments in life to the art of giving, which he had silently learned since his childhood. It has been the ethos of his life. He passionately believes in the portent of the term, the art of giving, which ultimately brings peace in the minds of people in the society. He has institutionalized the concept since 17th May 2013.
He is none other than Achyuta Samanta, the visionary social entrepreneur, social worker, educationist, the founder of KIT and KISS, the KISS Foundation India, the KISS Foundation UK, and the KISS Foundation USA.
I request all the participants to kindly be seated. We are going to start the session shortly.
आप सभी को नमस्कार. As I said in my talk also, that two things we need to look at, passion and purpose. So our passion is individual driven and purpose is because in life, and I speak very straight, so with due respect to all. So whatever I speak with due respect to all. Many things in life we do where we tick the box, and I call it as a formality than the purpose. And if you see any conference, generally the focus on two sessions, inaugural session and valedictory session. And between the sessions, either you are taking photographs, moving here and there. So this is the way life is all about. But unless and until we look at that objectively, I don't know how many of you, any of you participated in our National Education Policy Zonal conferences? Where, sir? In Guwahati? Guwahati, Prag Jyotishpur, we organized that. See, one thing we changed in NEP zonal conferences, before I come to Swayam Plus, I'll take 2-3 minutes, just to give you an insight how we are also trying to evolve ourselves in terms of making anything which we do has purpose, passion, and some outcome. Now we have done away with these structure of lecture by one, in the audience many. So if you look at our zonal conferences, we evolved, I spoke to Chairman sir, and we divided country into 6 zones, all states and UT put together. And in any of the zonal conferences, you will not find a lecture session like this. All participants, because we believe very strongly that in that era of national education policy, there is nobody who can be called as expert in real sense. Everybody is learning. You are learning, I am learning, experts are learning, we all are together learning. So only thing, somebody who is able to put a lot of time, energy, thoughts into it, and lot of inquiry-driven approach as we expect from the students, that how they should be looking at the topic, we are trying to look at ourselves. So we divide the number of delegates into 10 themes. If you see our national education policy, you will find earmarked 10 themes, and we divide this. For example, there are 400 delegates in a conference, so we divide 40 in each. Now, when I say 40 in each, they are given 10 different rooms, parallel sessions. These 40 people will sit in one room for an hour and a half. They will not discuss what do you mean by multidisciplinary education, what do you mean by internationalization, what do you mean by multi-entry, multi-exit. Everybody has understood this. They will only see from the regional perspective, zone perspective, how this can be embedded into academia. In 2-3 categories, either as a university or as an autonomous college or as an affiliated college. Then each group chairperson will make a presentation for 5 to 10 minutes only on that particular theme. And there will be question answer only on that particular theme. So not only we document those question answers or the final presentation, you will be happy to note that at the end of the conference, we close the loop. Whatever were the 10 themes implementation points, we forward it to the principal secretary higher education of all the states in that particular zone, and we have recently added sending it to honorable governors also in the states, just to idea that we did something in your state in the form of zone. This is the outcome of the deliberations. This is for you to look at as appropriate in the matter. So I'm trying to put a point across that whatever we are trying to do, we are giving everybody an equal space to contribute and make their own thoughts on that, so that collectively we arrive at a position which we call implementable action point. And as I said in the inaugural session also, that as an educator, we have very diversified responsibility, and unless and until we lead those initiatives, it will be very difficult to reach at the ground. Another thing is that anything which we are putting or notifying finally as regulation, as guideline, or any advisory or important direction in terms of NEP, every of such document is uploaded on UGC website for a month, 30 days time for seeking stakeholder comments. So that is a golden time for all of you to see those guidelines, see the implementation, see your own viewpoint on those guidelines, and then you can communicate your feedback on that. And it is important because when we will go through this, still it is a draft stage. So you can make some comments, maybe your comments we missed in terms of valuable additions. So I'm trying to look at how we are trying to come out in an all-inclusive, stakeholder consultated basis document which finally becomes a law in some form. So with this coming to, I have kept one slide as I told in the beginning where I'll share in terms of some of the initiatives which you should look at. Samarth, as the title is, last 2-3 years when you look at 3 initiatives have been taken by the University Grants Commission and the Ministries of Education in terms of framework for universities to conduct examination. That was an issue pointed out time and again in terms of one of the hurdle of attending or participating in a Swayam-based course and embedding into academia is the non-synchronized academic calendar in terms of examination and creditization of Swayam course. How these MOOCs can be adopted, so these are the notifications which have been released, and then a university will get a dashboard when they will register on the Swayam platform to help them how they will get the benefit. Now conduct examination for Swayam courses, the basic purpose of this is that more and more students should be given an opportunity to make learnings from diversified resources, including the diversified competencies, those who are taking classes through Swayam platform. But more importantly, that the timetable is arranged in terms of conduct of examination so that you are able to actually declare the semester-wise result. So this has been enabled by the UGC recently that universities can conduct their own examination when the students register for Swayam-based courses. These are the 5 steps when you are trying to look at the MOOCs from the Swayam platform. First step will always be that university is ready to adopt the course. So ideally it will go through your statutory bodies, Board of Studies, Academic Council, then whatever nomenclature you have of Board of Management, Executive Committee or so on. So first you have to take a call that yes, you want to give this option to your students. And as I said that UGC has already enabled 40% courses which can be taught by making use of Swayam platform through its regulations. It came after the COVID when we permitted 100% in online and 40% in online in the open and distance learning mode. So this was the 3rd edition in integrating ICT-driven education into the academia. So first is your decision that you want to give this option. Second is the course selection, because then Board of Studies will look at the courses available on the Swayam platform, look at the relevance of the curriculum which they are teaching right now to their particular students. And this is more important, just for your information, that if we have 4 crore learners in higher education space today, BA, BCom, BSc takes 71% of those learners. You can see the ASHE report. So large number of learners come from the domain or discipline where you actually need the diversified courses. You need to make them more competent when they come out of the graduation. So second is the course selection. Third is once you decide that you want to be part of Swayam course and you will conduct examination. So first your body approval, statutory body approval, then while approving you will also have the list of courses available as on date on Swayam and you want to embed in academia. You will have students, then you will make them aware. Subsequent slide will talk about what could be the possible mechanism of making them aware in terms of adoption by the student or registration by the students. And once the student register and you will have an option, either you conduct examination or you depend on the Swayam NTA or NPTEL based examination results to be embedded in this. And once you have the results ready, you need to creditize it and make a part of credit transfer. As I said that approval of statutory bodies you need to have, so this is the first step where an organization takes a call that they want to be part of Swayam. It can be both the things. When you want to have courses option given to the students, see, it will never be bottom-up approach. It will always be, because you are giving these as part of the degree which he will go through, he or she will go through. So first university or institute has to take a call that yes, we want to give this enabling option to the students. So this is one decision-making point. The second decision-making point is whether you want to depend on the Swayam-based examination results or the university wants to conduct their own examination. Both the decision will come through the highest authority, statutory authority of the university. Then, as I said, there will be a single point of contact for the faculty members, which we call as University Nodal Officer, UNO, and nominate this. Then the student registration starts, where they start registering for the courses, because the timetable, sequencing of time in terms of the offering of those courses, interaction schedule with the teacher who is offering that course on Swayam will all take place. These are some of the mechanism where this is not a final list, this is only an indicative list, that once having taken a call that you want your students to be part of Swayam ecosystem, then you can have through various mechanism of social media, either through your own websites, student groups, WhatsApp groups, or any internal communication technology-driven mechanism if you have put into place. Basic idea is that you need to give more and more awareness to the student community in terms of, because you have to handhold them. That's why there is a faculty mentor also who will guide them in terms right from the registration to the process of going through the Swayam courses. Then this is the examination and result declaration. As I said that there are up to both the options for which university has to take a call, whether they want to have their own examination, because if you want to have a seamless integration of, this is like somebody, you have given an option that I can do a course on Swayam, which will be taken as 3-credit course as a part of my undergraduate degree program, and then you are actually conducting examination, and learning I am making somewhere else, but then based on the learning and contents, you are assessing my learning made on the Swayam platform. Credit transfer, in terms of whatever credit, 3-credit course, you need to be making part of my transcript as well as semester grade card. And finally, it will be reflected that how many courses I did from the Swayam platform and how many I carried out from my university examination. This is end-term examination conducted by NTS. As I said, there are two options. You can conduct your own or you can depend on the examination results from these two agencies. So you will receive a certificate. That certificate goes to University Nodal Officer, who will submit the list of students along with the results and to the Controller of Examination. Then Controller of Examination is expected to, since it has come from the Nodal Officer, so whatever is the credit and the credit points both put together will be integrated. So in case of an affiliated college, it goes to the college nodal officer and then it goes to the principal. So there is a two-step process for a college where the college nodal officer will submit it to the principal of the college, and principal of the college will verify or so-called re-verify the details and submit it to the Controller of Examination of the university, and they will be transferred the credit there. Now, in terms of your own examination, this is enabled only when UGC enables that, for which you need to apply. So we have said that who can conduct their own examination. The first condition is somebody who is listed under our 2F. 2F is a provision in the UGC Act 56, which says that you recognize this institution set up by the mechanism of state government, central government, and so on. And you have also adopted the 21 regulations of Swayam. So if there are two conditions are met, you need to submit to UGC. Then UGC, this is the platform, how you actually go on that, how you click that. So once you click the bell icon, you will get these window of registration, adoption. while applying through the form to UGC, you need to give the nodal officer, which you have already submitted to Swayam as well. So UGC only verify this, that the details submitted on the Swayam portal and details provided to UGC, both are matching, and and the university is represented in the list of 2F, and there is a statutory body approval which you need to upload that you have taken a call to adopt the 21 regulations. Once, that's why there is a last process. It's a very simple process of, it's not so-called in that sense is an approval process. It is rather a verification process that you have got the correct documents available. Once that is correct, then the nodal officer email is enabled by the NPTEL for the further information and the creation of university dashboard. Now these are all, first 2 points are in that sense that you are going to have your own examination, you will have the credit. So credit, once it is defined on the SWAYAM platform, they have to be embedded as it is. You cannot change those credits. But if you have taken a call and UGC also has enabled that, and based on the UGC enablement, the university nodal officer email has been activated for the university dashboard to get that information. You will see that slide also, how that dashboard looks like. And so you have to prepare yourself that now, since you are going to conduct examination, you will be responsible for everything from the question paper setting to the answers and then the announcement of the results. Conditions while declaring, taking examination, so the conditions will remain valid irrespective of who is the exam conductor. In terms of that somebody has completed the course on Swayam, that you get the certificate from the information on the Swayam portal itself, and 75% of the assignments and quizzes have been done by the students, then only he becomes eligible to appear in the end semester examination. So it's a 30% weightage to the Swayam, 70. So these weightages are fixed, 30-70. 70% for, you can call it end semester examination, end term examination, and 30% is the weightage which you get from the Swayam courses. So this is an integration if you decide to conduct your own examination. If you decide to look at the examination conducted by Swayam only, then 100% marks you will get and proportional creditization you will get from the Swayam. This is the dashboard which looks like in terms of courses, enrollments from the student side. These are some of the university dashboard will also give you which courses, who is the course coordinator belongs to which institute, and then which category he or she is offering that program, and then the details of students in terms of the assessments given, assignments given, and the quizzes participated by them, so that you can look at those 75% of eligibility when the student actually appears for end semester examination. The nodal officer is expected, one thing is very clear, that since 70% you have decided to conduct, in that case the 100% Swayam certificate will not come, which is natural also. If you get 100% creditization done through Swayam, then the Swayam will issue that so and so registered, so and so appeared, and these are the marks for that particular student. However, when you decide to conduct your own, you are actually looking at 70% weightage which you will be giving. So again, this 30-70 both combined are given to the controller of examination, and they need to be mapped with the academic bank of credit and reflect everywhere, semester grade, marks, transcript, and so on. These are some of the courses which you see, you can see on Swayam platform also, that UGC has launched from the January 25. Start date is January 15th, registration is Feb 28th, course will end on April 30th, and there are 2 slots available in terms of examination which you can look at, and there are, as I said, interaction with the teacher, so they generally happen every weekend, but the timetable is also announced on the platform. These are the regulations in the draft stage in the public domain, which connects with all of us in terms of academia, and you can see that one of the tangible point which has been kept for consideration in terms of faculty contribution is also the digital content creation for MOOCs. So you can look at from that perspective, because putting your course on Swayam gives you a lot of visibility. One is going through the process of assessment through the coordinators of Swayam will give you a lot of learning in terms of the minimum benchmarking of course prepared by you to be offered across the country and worldwide. More importantly, once students start registering in your course, you as an individual is visible, your institution as an individual is also get a lot of visibility, and it also enhances credibility of the course proposer and the university to which course proposer is attached to. This is the last slide. I thought that apart from course registration, some of the important initiative which you look at. ABC, Academic Bank of Credit, I had from the UGC side. Unfortunately, things are not as rosy, and you saw that presentation from the ministry as well. See, we announced, if you look at the National Education Policy, the first very significant, I'll say, innovation, initiative, reform, which was announced and launched by Honorable PM only. Policy came on 29 July 2020. ABC regulations were notified in the Gazette of India on 28 July 21. And you will be surprised, you look at those 3 crore learners in higher education, ABC ID, it has three-step process. One is creation of ABC ID. I think many of you, if you have doubt, I'll just say, now we are talking about APAR IDs. So ABC ID and APAR IDs both are same. There should not be any confusion in this mind. Then there is another confusion point, NAD and ABC. National Academic Depository and ABC. See, NAD came in 15-16. It is for the Academic Records Depository. So all the records come here. Whereas the ABC, all the creditization based information comes on the ABC. ABC's Academic Bank of Account, at that point of time, we thought of having this nomenclature. Now we are saying Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry is APAR ID. So 21 we announced, 4 crore learners every year, 3 processes. One is like a bank, that's why bank word was used in this. So if I want to open an account in bank, I go as a stakeholder of the bank, so my account is open. Then the money can come from any side. It can come from me, it can come from other sources, it can come in multiple modes, and then I can continue to build my money in the account, I can redeem it, I can transfer it, transferring mechanism also multiple times. So on the similar lines, ABC was initiated, that there will be ABC ID, which will be created by a student, and once the ID is created, earlier only Aadhaar was the identifier, now there are 2-3 more identifier has been added based on the feedback. Sometimes Aadhaar mapping becomes challenge in terms of name and phone numbers. So even license, passport and some other number identifier have also been added. So once the ABC ID is created, this is done by the student, where we request the universities that they can invite students on any weekend and have in their computer center creation of ABC ID. Then the uploading of records of students is the job of the university or the responsibility of the university. And then third is equally important, is the mapping of record. If all of us records are available from say KIIT, if the records of students are uploaded on the ABC portal, but if it is not mapped which records of which student, then also it's a garbage data. Look at how serious implication are the important these. We all are using DigiYatra nowadays. Now even at some of the airports, we even don't have to scan our boarding pass. Only eyes. It's so fast through biometric identification. You just upload your boarding pass before entering airport, and then you just walk through inside seamlessly. You don't have to carry a paper with you. So it has 2 purposes. First purpose is that document authentication is not needed. If the document is available on NAD or ABC, then worldwide as a student, I can show my documents to anybody, can download and show like we do our licenses, RC and other things on our DigiLocker site. Second is, it can be used for transfer of credits. Transfer of credits are still happening if there is a partnership between universities, but through ABC portal, it has not happened so far. When we are into 4th year of operation, why are we required to issue order? I fail to understand. We issued order in August when it came to me in June, July. At dismal performance, and you look at those percentages, 6%, 12%, 18%. So there are a set of universities. Either they have not, still there are some universities which have not even registered on the ABC portal. Now, if you have not registered, there is a question of uploading of records and mapping of records. Then there is another set of universities which have actually registered but not done anything out of that. Our advantage of technology is you can even monitor and review the tick-wise performance of universities in ABC record. Seeing that it is in very bad shape, we issued circular in August, mandated by government, that for the records of 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, last date is 31st December 24. And then university suddenly started. There's a jump of 100%, 150%, 200% in some cases in terms of ABC ID creation, in terms of record uploading, in terms of mapping of records. But still there are significant gaps as were visible. Then we also said that for 24-25 academic session, the last date will be June 25. So instead of asking us to extend the dates, I think if we have not done last 3 years efficiently and effectively, we need to put up double the efforts to ensure that we come on the track. We have also worked with ABC portal that you can start declaring your results on the ABC portal. Right now, it is a double the efforts. You declare result on your portal in some manner, then you actually re-enter everything on the ABC portal, and then re-entering has its own disadvantage of mistakes and then validation, revalidation, rechecking, so wastage of time and resources therein. So now you can declare the result directly on the ABC portal. And once you declare the result on ABC portal, it is whatever credits you have assigned is available, and because it mapped through the ABC or APAR ID, so you don't have to do the effort twice. You saw the Samarth portal in the earlier presentation. Now, Samarth portal, they are providing ERP software to the universities. They call it from admission to placement, admission to alumni. I think there is some narrative they have built. If you are declaring results there, we have got the API integrated between ABC portal and the Samarth portal. So you don't have to do anything with ABC. You declare on Samarth, inform to ABC that you are already declaring results on Samarth portal, data is fetched there from directly. If you already have your ERP system, then you will always say that why should I go to another ERP system? There also another API has been, application program interface has been developed by DigiLocker. Your ERP will be integrated with the ABC portal. So a lot of mechanisms are being created, but as a faculty, and DigiLocker has a very robust system. DigiLocker is the implementing agency under the METI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. They have the zonal coordinators, they have the state coordinators, and they also have a mechanism where every day 2 to 5, they conduct online interaction with the any stakeholder who is having challenge, because all our efforts of National Credit Framework, National Curriculum and Credit Framework, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, National Skill Qualification Framework, all will remain on paper, because ultimately a credit has to be there on the portal, then only it can be transferred somewhere. Otherwise, we are doing very fine here. We are awarding degrees, students are also happy. Now, since we are permitting that you can bring 50% credit from other side, so unless and until there is a money in my bank account in terms of credit, how can I transfer that credit to some other account? So this is something which I request all of you, that instead of asking us please see that you put double the efforts and ensure that those 6%, 12%, 15% actually comes to 80%, 90%. We have even responded. If you say to us that 21, 22, some of the states here, we also started a practice of meeting state higher education councils of the states, 16 state higher education councils, and all the 17 regulators of this country. If you say that 21, 22, 22, 23, we don't have any credit-based system. We have absolute marks-based system. We are saying you upload record on the NAD. At least those mark sheets will be available in public domain but not used for creditization, because now you can't do creditization. Another problem which you always say कि सर बच्चे नहीं मिल रहे, बच्चे तो पास हो गए. अरे भाई बच्चे आपके ही हैं, आपको ही ढूंढना है. आप नहीं ढूंढेंगे तो कौन ढूंढेगा, आप मुझे बताइए. So these are the things collectively we can come to a provision. Otherwise तो जितने भी initiative हम ले रहे हैं, हम कहते हैं seamless integration of credit between skill education, experiential learning, academic education, ये कैसे होगा मुझे बताइए. Common source is academic bank of credit. So we have to ensure that the institution to which we belong, they have actually got 100% of the student, 100 may not be of 90, 95% of the students records available on the portal. Don't worry about whether they are creditized, they are not creditized. Whichever form they have, you need to upload there. So if it is in a creditized form, it will go to his bank account. If it is the absolute marks, it remains as a valid document, validated document for use in future. So this is something you can look at. Sardi, anybody familiar with Sardi scheme? See, my only contention is that as a leader of an academic institution, if we are not familiar with the initiatives, there is a question and the need to look at the answer on the ground whether this is implemented or not implemented. We have to believe that things will change for good, and so much opportunities are enabled, at least in some. That's why we came out with a guideline of institutional development plan. IDP talks about various initiatives which you can put as a part of the plan, and all you cannot do in one go. All you cannot do in 5 years' time. You need to prioritize which you will finish in first year, which you will go in second year, and there can be a mechanism to monitor that. This scheme we came out. Why I only wrote 5, 6? Because this is important for you to look at. All these are connected with Swayam, because if you have understood this, then only the creditization, what Swayam is bringing is the creditization learning made through the technology-driven education, not in the classroom. But ultimately it's an outcome where some credits have to be assigned. It is a student ambassadors for academic reforms and transforming higher education in the country. We came out, now we have more than 1,000 students, and these are the ambassadors. We call them ambassadors. They conduct number of programs in the universities. They remain an active participant of UGC, any initiative on the national education policy. So far so much that any ministry in this country at present, if they want to promote anything or highlight anything, and if you see on social media the videos of the students, 90% of the videos are coming from Sardis. And those who followed our 24 general election, and one narrative was made, मेरा पहला वोट देश के लिए. और अगर आपने वो मेरा पहला वोट देश के लिए के बच्चों के वीडियोस देखे होंगे, इन बच्चों के वीडियोस थे. तो ये बच्चे आपके हैं, देखिए कितनी विजिबिलिटी है. ऑल सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स, देयर नेम विल कम, देयर रिकॉग्निशन एज सारदी विल कम. They will also be part of all UGC initiative, including interaction with chairman UGC. They will drive number of initiatives as a brand ambassador. Earlier we were only permitting 3 Sardis per institution. This year we have came out with revised guidelines where it is now linked to the number of students in the campus. So if you have 10,000 students, there can be 12 Sardis. From which level they can come, which semester they can come, are part of the Sardi scheme. So numbers are not very encouraging. That's why from the region to which I have come here, so I thought I'll share that you need to look at. USSA is another portal, undertaking transformative strategies in action in higher education. We have created one portal to capture the NEP implementation in the country, which includes all possible. There are 19 domains, and then there are supplementary information points. For example, professor of practice. how many professor of practice have been appointed in the country so far. Idea is to highlight you. If you have been able to navigate and set you yourself as one university doing something in NEP implementation, through USA portal, we are making it all other universities in the country to look at this university has done something good. So you remain the owner. So we are capturing information on this, and this is also needed because we have to submit time and again to the higher offices in terms of how the NEP is progressing. So please register on USA portal. Registration is through ASHE portal. It doesn't take more than maybe a minute or 30 seconds to register. But more importantly is uploading information. But for uploading information, you need, because it is very difficult to conduct workshop for each and every event. For we have very categorically written that who can become professor of practice. Professor of practice scheme was launched only for the perspective of having very vibrant industry-university interface and interaction points. So we have said that we have not, without looking at qualification, you can make somebody professor of practice with 15 years of experience. And if you capture information, and we have written one line very categorically, nobody from the academia can become the professor of practice. But still, universities are submitting a professor of practice from the academia. So there is some mismatch which we need to understand, and at some point of time, see, correct data drives the correct policy. So if the data is correct, then only we will be able to converge on some counts. Then National Credit Framework is something which all of us should go through it. It talks about seamless integration in 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z, skill education, academia education through academics, and the experiential learning. It says that 1200 hours of notional learning every year, 40 credits per year, and then it enabled multi-entry, multi-exit. That multi-exit has not been enabled that everybody will take exit. It has been created with, we have to understand very categorically the purpose of it. If due to, it should not happen to anybody, but due to any unforeseen, unavoidable reasons, if I have to leave my education after 1 year or 2 years of study, previously all these years of study used to be waste. I need to re-register and start from zero. Now I can come back within 7 years, and the credit which I have earned in first and second year of this, actually taken forward in my 3rd year. So idea is that more and more multi-entry in the sense of giving them the diversified exposure. I am doing something in KIIT. I want to take 10 credits from KISS, not going to any other organization. Now it is enabled. Earlier, previously it was not enabled. So within organization, even it was enabled, but inter-organization it was never enabled. So you need to create that ecosystem. That's why there is a National Credit Framework. From there, these skill-based courses on Swayam Plus, which Professor Sardi will tell, we are working very closely with Professor Sardiji from IIT Madras also. A lot of corporates have also come. We are working with close to 37 corporates in terms of 100 plus courses on skill-based domain. Only thing you need to look at that your skill-based course creditization matches with your academic creditization. Then you can seamlessly integrate that. Apprenticeship embedded degree program, I have already told that 20 we launched. Now new guidelines already was in public domain. Commission has cleared it. I think in a month's time you will see in public domain. But the template is already built. So if you want to launch, there are many action points which are actually to be done at the university end. Understanding by the faculty member or the departments. All may not be launching, some may be launching. How that will be enabled. Your statutory authorities approval, partnership with the industries concerned, because look at how impactful it will be. If I am doing, for example, computer science engineering in this university, and I have completed only 2 conditions which are there. First semester I cannot be in the industry, and the last semester I cannot be in the institute. Okay, so these are the 2 conditions. In between, it is between the 2 partners, university and the industry. So if world's top computer science company in this world, this university has got partnership. So I complete 2 semesters, 3 semesters in this university. For next semester, I am in their campus. So I am at actually one work environment, working on a real life projects, working on a project for which some learning have been made in the university in 3 semesters. I come back in the 5th semester, again make some learnings in 5th and 6th, go back in the 7th semester. So there are a lot of mechanisms have been created. So you need to look at is this right now you are in a position to offer? If you are not able to offer this right now, you can look at the short-term micro-credentials, where you only look at national credit framework. So without looking at national credit framework, you will not be able to embed these short-term skill courses or micro-credentials. So you need to look at from the perspective of the new opportunities which are being provided in the higher education space. We strongly believe that more and more industry courses becoming part of the conventional education system, where students not have to make additional payment, additional time. It's not that it is happening for the first time, it's happening today also. But a student has to devote time over and above the prescribed time for an undergraduate program, maybe some resources he has to shell out, and then he gets certificate which doesn't become a part of the degree program. So all these are efforts to make it a very consistent and a uniform system of offering education, where actually you are seamlessly looking at. You are not differentiating between academia, skilling, experiential learning. All are part of the learning to make a graduate knowledgeable and more competent as we see today. So these are some of the points I thought I will share with you. And if you really want to embed these SWAM or SWAM plus courses, which you will have lecture after this lecture, then you need to create an ecosystem at your place. Regarding some of the earlier slide, I'll just summarize that it talks about you becoming a part of the SWAM ecosystem. So if you want to become a part of the ecosystem, which you need to first take approval of your statutory authorities. While taking approval, faculty or department faculty should be very clear that which courses are relevant for your students, and then accordingly offer those courses for the students to register there. And once they are registered, then another decision which you need to make, whether you will depend on the SWAM Plus to declare 100% of the results to make it a part of the degree program, or you yourself conduct the end semester examination for 70% and add the 30% marks through SWAM, and then you embed in the transcript and the mark sheet of the students. So these are some of the thoughts, and I think more proactive we are in understanding, we'll get the better and desired results in a much faster time than the normal time will. But I think we all need to look at from that perspective, and clarity is very important. For example, anybody heard here about CU Chain portal? CU Chain. Those who are familiar with central universities may have heard about this, but as a faculty we should be knowing this. So this is very appreciable. See, when the CU was with me, we never thought we could do this. I'm trying to put a point across before I say thanks to all of you, is nothing is impossible. Can you imagine when we initiated this a year back, we thought how this can be done. A single faculty selection portal for all the 46, there are 55 central universities in this country, we fund 46. When I say fund completely. So can there be a common faculty selection portal for 46? And if you look at thought process, and you will find constraints pouring in. I will not say coming in, pouring in. ये नहीं हो पाएगा, वो नहीं हो पाएगा, ऐसे नहीं हो पाएगा. No, they are 46. They have started advertising. We have got close to 2,000 positions advertised on that. But you look at from the faculty side, even we have integrated the payment gateway of all the faculty, all the central universities. So as a faculty, if you make your profile there, I don't have a correct updated record right now. Close to 70,000 profiles have been created. If you are there, you can see on your dashboard. 70,000 profiles have been created. Out of that, around 38,000 have applied at various 2,000 positions advertised. But if I am an electronics faculty, I can create my profile once, and then I see the faculty position in central universities across the country. On the dashboard, I get the positions in one go. And then I can submit my application and with differential fee structure. So these international faculty is also applying. We created some mechanism for that. I'm trying to say that this is a time to innovate. Nothing is perfectly correct, nothing is perfectly wrong. So you need to balance between these two and make the use of these initiatives. And I think as an individual, and since you are participating in today's conference or workshop, at least some credit, it can be 1 credit, it can be 3 credit, in each of the department of your university should be enabled from at least July 25. Out of 120, 160 credit course, if you make a judgment of giving 2 credits to a student, and if 158 credits are given correctly, nothing is going to harm to a large extent. So you need to make an experiment, make a serious effort in that direction. So thanks for patient hearing. If there are explicit question, it is my pleasure to answer. The question I think is after this session, after second session. Then we will answer question after second session. Thank you very much. But these 6 initiatives, please see and connect it with your Swayam courses when you want to offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Honorable Vice Chancellor KISS is sitting here. I would request him that at least there should be some part for questions, because whatever you told, most of the problems are on the operational side, not at the,
No, sir, I'll answer that also.
1 minute, sir. First of all, thank you, very, very articulated presentation. The point here is, has UGC, not to take the discredit of the UGC, because UGC has been addressing problems of such a diverse country, not to deny that. But has UGC, over the years, that's at least from the NEP implementation year, has it taken a kind of data with regard to NEP implementation and these programs within the NEP? Is there any data about the progress of these programs?
No, that's why I'm saying, sir, there is a USSA portal. We have to submit every 2 months to the higher offices in this country. As I said, 19 domains, and each domain has 4 to 5 points, so all put together 75 points. So if you ask me today, how many professors of practice, how many universities have started 4-year undergraduate program, how many students have registered in their first year, 4-year undergraduate program, how many universities have converted 3-year program into 4-year program, how many students have made use of multi-entry option, or how many students have used multi-exit option, all these we will be able to provide. We are in fact providing to the Parliament also.
Another point, sir, just we have been doing APAR. We are almost, we have completed our APAR and all that from our university point of view. But what is important is a module like Samarth, customizable. It is customizable. These kind of sessions, I think UGC, if there is a mechanism to see with each state, and within the state, again, like you have told about the journal, again, in a country like this, journal is a big thing. And I have been looking at Odisha. Even within a state like Odisha, there should be at least 4 regional ways of doing these things.
Sir, that's why country like ours, we have started a practice of sending all the information points to the Principal Secretary Higher Education of the states and the Honorable Governor Office, being the Chancellor of the universities in the state. Even ABC record, just for your information, that by 10th of every month, yesterday only before coming I cleared that file, by 10th of every month, the ABC status of all the states in this country goes to the both offices, Principal Secretary Higher Education and the Governor Office. So we are actually keeping them also updated in terms of how the universities and autonomous colleges are figuring in these aspects.
Do we get these updates on the UGC website, sir? I'm just out of ignorance.
The USSA portal, you will get update.
Okay.
But you will not get update that what we communicated to the Principal Secretary, what we communicated to the Honorable Governor Office. Okay. One thing which we are we will be doing, that what we communicate to these offices, particularly from the ABC perspective, Academic Bank of Credit, respective copy will come to the university or the autonomous college. No other college is enabled, only these two are enabled. So that if your university, we take the data from DigiLocker. So if we have said that so many IDs, so many records, so many mapped record, a copy will also come to you. so that you can contest in any case if we are making a wrong statement there.
I'm entering again in a very uncharted area. You're saying it is the
Hello, sir.
principal secretary of each state.
Yes.
Is there any mechanism what follows after that?
See, you have to also look at a central organization level. All these are our wings.
Okay.
So we are connecting with them. We have also started, I don't know, many of you may have participated, a meeting only on ABC with the state governments, where state government official is there, DigiLocker state and zonal coordinator is there, and universities are there. So one Zoom meeting, one in-person meeting. Recently I attended in the state of Kerala. So we have started these practices, and the very purpose of sending the data to principal secretary and governor, we have seen that not all, not majority, but at least to some level, offices have started responding back. So they issue a separate circular, they even communicate internal communication copy mark to some of the states. Honorable Governor in Raj Bhavan, I'm talking about last quarter, have actually scheduled meetings only on 2-3 points: ABC implementation, NEP implementation, and internationalization as a subset of NEP implementation, where the state, in that particular state, all the honorable vice chancellors, irrespective of type of university, and the directors of autonomous colleges were invited. And we were also called there to have deliberations for 2 days meeting. So I have been there. I think, sir, things have started. We need to be little patient.
Sir,
so after the next session, I think there is a question answer session.
Hello,
so
sir.
The next
One question more, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
No,
sir.
The questions will take, because I think another speaker must be waiting there online.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Dr. Kapoor, for that enlightening presentation. Moving forward, we now turn our focus to Swayam Plus, and we are privileged to have with us Professor R. Sarathi from the Department of Electrical Engineering.
I think the introduction is fine. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm Professor Sarathi from IIT Madras, and I would like to emphasize on the newborn baby, basically online course offered by industry on skill development. This is the first of its kind. Ministry of Education has taken it in initiative. And I just, before talking more about Swayam Plus, I just would like to tell about how this online course on Swayam Plus has come. Everyone is comfortable with NPTEL. It is basically a tailor-made curriculum-based course, and it is more effective for engineering students, and many of them now started using it as a part of curriculum. So we are extremely happy about it. And looking at that, we wanted to bring in the course-based, online-based course for non-engineering, but effectively, if you look at it, the multiple courses have come on engineering as well as non-engineering. Effectively, if you look at it, any academic institute, if they are trying to formulate a sort of syllabus, they try to modify it every 2 years or 3 years once, but effectively, the way in which the industry growth is, if you look at it, it is not matching with the curriculum. So the person who is doing very good in curriculum, and if he is going to the industry necessarily how to train them, am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Yeah. So, if you look at the curriculum, the curriculum will not be changing, but the way in which the industry is going to change is going to be something very large. So matching to the academic, matching to the industry need, there is a big gap. Looking at that, ministry started thinking about why don't we make it as an online course, skill-based course. So basically, what industry is in need of is academic, the fundamental knowledge, and what ministry is looking at is instead of a student looking at for a job, the student should say that I know the skill what you want. That is the level of skill they wanted to do it. That is how the Swayam Plus program has come, and exclusively on a skill-based structure, which is first of its kind. Got initiated by Minister of Education the last year, the February, the same month, around 27. It is one of the biggest program, and if you try to look at it, already 150,000 members got benefit out of it, and there are multiple courses which has come, and I would like to happily would like to announce that there are about 14 courses, UGC recognized courses have come, which is first of its kind. So far, you have the UGC credit-based recognition for industry-based course. This is the first initiative. Thanks to UGC for coming forward, recognizing this course, and now the university can take forward and see that the students get benefit out of it. So if you ask me what is that this course contents are and in which domain this focus is on, if you try to look at it, it is not on one particular vertical, and a survey was made, and there are about 14 to 17 verticals which ministry has identified, and in that we are trying to do the best of the best, and of which are all the domain in which the job opportunities are available. We looked at it, and those courses we try to look at, and when I try to see that these courses are all maybe on some are free courses and some are paid courses, and effectively if you look at it, the 30% is theoretical content and 70% is going to be hands-on. So sometimes the hands-on, when it is said, the problem formulation will be given, the student has to work on with the skill in terms of writing a program or looking at the way in which it has to be carried out, and sometimes more of an experimental type. For example, IIT Madras has given a particular course where it is 100% skill-based structure, where he has to visit the laboratory and then he has to carry out the experiment. End of the day, he get a complete knowledge about electronics. So, like there are multiple means the courses are provided, and also there are some courses which is in hybrid mode where the theory will be learned online, and sometimes they have to go to a specific location and then they have to learn. So that is how the courses are, and I am sure enabling these sort of courses is going to be much more useful for the student, because skill has become very, very important, and without a skill, industry is not ready to adapt, because they have to spend a lot of time, the money, and the way the transformation is going to take place is something exorbitant. So matching to that, the skill-based courses is going to be much resourceful for any student. I just wanted to give you the level at which the courses are. If you try to look, shortly there are some courses which are going to be offered by the faculty, at the same time by the industry. It means the theory content is going to be done by the faculty from IITs, IISc, IISer, and the efficient and well-renowned professors are going to take those courses, and the multinational companies are going to provide these courses. So it means that not the small scale industry is going to do that. Multinational companies are going to do that. It means that they are productive and job offering members, and those courses definitely, it will attract individual to go for their domain. So that way, these sort of courses are going to come. For example, we are trying to develop artificial intelligence course for physics. So it may be really wondering whether a physics student can carry out artificial intelligence, but basically the fundamental knowledge is provided, and he will be empowered by giving an example what type of physics problem that one can think of, that those sort of problems are handled. So that way, the basic idea of artificial intelligence, data science and data curation, all this will be provided as a part of curriculum. At the same time, he will also be empowered with typical example which will enable him to gain confidence on how to adapt for the practical situation. So that level of courses are going to come in a very next few months. Same way we are trying, it is not alone for physics, We are also trying to look at for chemistry, we are looking at biology, we are looking out for banking, accountancy, management, finance, everything we are trying to look at. We are trying to bring out those sort of courses, which is going to be a disruptive one, which we expect it is going to be a disruptive one. The idea is a person who is doing a physics, he knows the fundamental knowledge of what is artificial intelligence. He can go for AI job and completion. It is not necessary that he has to go only for physics-based course. The second one is a boy who learns AI, when he go for a master's, anything associated with AI is adaptable. And at the same time, when you go for a PhD, you know, the level at which he can think of is much more than what. So early interruption is very, very important. And each and every individual who have come here today, you are going to be the enabler. Please enable your students to take such courses. And I'm sure it is going to be some sort of a great thing which we can look at from our students. They do wonders, and that will enable our research as well as the industry to flourish. So we have to be the enabler for that. For example, a power electronics course, which already a few institutes started taking. It is a TI is a multinational company which is giving, which talks about all fundamental aspects of power electronics. At the same time, how that it is going to be for embedded structure, how that it is going to be. A complete hands-on is provided. So I am trying to give you the few examples. The reason is how adaptable these courses are for the real system. You can just quickly you can feel. So that way it is not alone engineering. You also have multiple courses in Swayam Plus. Enabling is our concern. Is enabling your. I want you to intervene, because if you enable, then alone things can go ahead. So please enable. Look at the courses in Swayam Plus platform, and if you have any difficulty, please contact me. I will try to handhold you and try to see how the best we can do it along with the industry. So certain locations you may require certain the course content may be really good. Few other examples, if you think industry is necessarily to be added, certainly we can try to have a tailor-made structure for you. And also some locations, this may be a good opening for other members also. So please try to contact us as and when you require. Looking at the content, if you think that a tailor-made has to be made, we will try to talk with the industry and see that it is all done. So effectively, I will tell you the courses which are there. There are about 100 plus courses NCRF aligned. So you know at which department, which level of higher education you wanted to put it these courses. And we also thought about effectively and what sequence a set of courses, if a person is taking a minor elective, what sequence he is supposed to take it. The set is all classified and set. So that way you will have a comfort of, you don't have a difficulty in understanding at which year you wanted to have. So NCRF level is provided. And what we want now is enable yourself to provide, and there is an also opportunity for us to put it in ABC. So not necessary that a student has to do it credit for your course, but you also have, you can also empower a student to keep his the course content, carrying out this course, enabling him to do the course, and let him also have this in ABC. As and when he requires, he can also credit that. So that level of empowerment is done in Swayam Plus. And if you want to, these courses is not like a Swayam as one time if it is given, and whether at what stage the next time that it will be provided. It is open all the time. And the student, if he is failing, it is always, we try to empower them and say to redo it, and we can see how that hand holding could be carried out. It is always possible. And at the same time, the institute are empowered to carry out the examination on their own. And if that is the case, it will not come to ABC, but it will go to the your credit system, because the courses are carried out by the industry along with you are trying to carry out industry. It is going to be a proctored examination which you are trying to do it. So we are there is absolutely no issue of giving a credit and what the base at which you are going to the industry and yourself can make a decision on what type of grade that it has to be given. All that it is empowered to the university. So not necessary that we have to depend on the industry or SYM Plus for carrying out. If you wanted to put it in ABC, then we will the examination will be conducted at a certain location, proctored examination will be conducted by IIT Madras, and that credit alone it will be put in ABC. Otherwise, automatically you can give your own credit, and you can always give your own grade, and you are empowered to carry out further the way in which you wanted to. So when you start a course, we will also give you a timeline on which you can conduct the examination. You can accommodate yourself the day in which you wanted to have your own, as per your regulation, you can conduct your examination. All these facilities are available with Swayam Plus. Effectively enable and empower in each and every individual, and it is our responsibility. Let us work hard and see the Indian system, Indian academic as well as Indian industry as well as Indian economy grow high by enabling the students to take course on Swayam Plus. With this short note, I stop. Thank you very much, and I would like to answer to all your questions effectively, and we will assure you, we will try to handhold you working with an industry. At last point, I just would like to tell you, we are also trying to bring in verticals on internship. We are also trying to enable people to work on incubation, how to incubate, and who can be a mentor. All the sort of courses we are trying to bring in shortly. So you can see in the next few months, the multiple courses in multiple domains, it will be added. I am sure each and every one, if you be an enabler, you are going to be the best contributor for the system, and you are going to be the best contributor for the development of the country. With this short note, I stop, and I listen for your question to answer to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As we conclude this session, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Avichal Raj Kapoor and Professor R. Sarathi for their valuable insights and contributions. We also thank all the attendees for their enthusiastic participations. We hope this session has provided you with a deeper understanding of Swayam and Swayam Plus and their role in revolutionizing higher education in India. We request you to kindly fill the feedback forms and submit it before the end of the day. Your feedbacks are highly appreciable. Thank you, and we look forward to more such enriching discussions after the lunch break. Kindly join us back by 2 p.m. positively.
Thank you all. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about Swayam Plus. Thank you, madam.
ପଛରୁ କିଏ ପଚାରିବ ନା କୋଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ହେଇନି ପଛରୁ କିଏ ପଚାରିବ ସେଇଠୁ ये जो कैमरा जो येटा ହେଇଛି सी वीडियोटा सी देखिया दरकार नहीं सी कहीं देखिए वीडियो हाँ सी करे शुणिबे अब ऑडियोटा
Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to all our esteemed speakers, faculty members, and participants. We are delighted to host this insightful technical session on digital interventions in education. In today's discussion, we will explore the usage, adoption, and impact of technology-driven educational initiatives. Without further ado, let's commence our session with our first online presentation on. Okay.
This is for your kind attention, please. You all might be having a feedback form. Your feedbacks are highly appreciable. So please, it will hardly take some time. You have some multiple choice questions. So please fill it up. Our volunteers will be coming and collecting that from you. By the end of this session, we will be collecting the feedback forms. So I request you all humbly to please fill the feedback forms. Our first speaker, Shri Rohit Tripathi ji, is going to join us very shortly. He will be speaking on usage and adaptation of digital interventions, followed by Dr. Jai Krishnan M., Senior Scientist, NPTEL IIT Madras.
Let's commence our session with our first online presentation on usage and adoption of digital interventions. Our first speaker is Sri Rohit Tripathi, Deputy Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He is an esteemed alumnus of BHU, holding a BTech degree in Civil Engineering from IIT BHU. With his extensive experience in the higher education sector, he has been instrumental in shaping policies and digital interventions in education. So let's wait for next 2 minutes. Oh, sir, join now. Okay. So let's welcome Sri Rohit Tripathi, sir, to share his insights. Sir, please.
Thank you. Actually, this presentation is going to be about Swayam. Unfortunately, Joint Secretary was supposed to give this presentation, and due to the parliamentary session, he's been otherwise engaged. I did give the presentation about the digital intervention that the ministry has planned in my morning session, but I'm glad to go over the Swayam platform in detail and the view of the ministry at the high level in this presentation. So, since you must have been briefed about this already, we can go through quickly. It was Swayam, the MOOC platform was launched in 2017. There have been more than 14,000 courses which have been developed so far on Swayam. And we have crossed 5 crore enrollments recently on Swayam, so that's a very big number. And certifications also have been awarded to 37 lakh students. As you have heard from the UGC Joint Secretary, up to 40% of the credits can be claimed from Swayam courses, and 345 universities across India have integrated Swayam credits into the curriculum. The key features of Swayam, of course, is that the premier institutions like IIT, ISRs, ISC, IIMs are involved in the content creation. The content is available in multilingual format. There are 11 languages which the Swayam platform covers as of now. And of course, the scope of the content is vast. It covers all engineering, management, humanities, and social sciences. And credit transfer, of course, allows the students to not only learn these things, but also have these credits recognized into their curriculum. In the last 5 years, you can see the growth in the enrollments, total enrollments, as well as unique enrollments has been steady, and nearly 40% in total enrollments, and slightly higher, 61% in the unique enrollments. By unique enrollment, I mean a particular student who has enrolled, we would consider a unique enrollment. If he enrolls in more courses than one, that would count towards the total enrollment, but not in unique. The benefits, as you might imagine from university's perspective, is to provide a multidisciplinary education as envisaged in the NEP. Universities, again, have been allowed by the UGC to conduct the proctored examinations of Swayam courses into their own campuses. So that reduces the burden on the students to go somewhere else, for example, at NP Health Center or to NTA Center. And in fact, it also leads to waiver of the fee that they need to pay for the certification, and the certification becomes very accessible to the students. Now, I would urge the universities to take advantage of this particular initiative to hold Swayam proctored examinations in their own campuses so that the student can have ease in accessing these platforms. We are trying to make it as interactive as possible, having short videos, prompting questions in the middle of it, and providing summaries. It is, of course, the enrollment in Swayam courses is free. Only if you want to have a certification, there is a nominal fee, which again depends on your socioeconomic background. It can go as low as 500 rupees. For students, again, the access to quality education, you have these top-tier institutions who are building these courses, and the certification also bears the name of the institution. So in 1,000 or 750 rupees, you can have the certification from IIT Bombay or IIT Madras that the student has completed this particular course. As I said earlier, there are 11 languages. Various courses are available in 11 languages. We have focused on skill integration, so try to integrate skill component in nearly all of the relevant courses. And we are going to offer 300 new courses in emerging sectors which are rapidly being transformed by technology such as agri-tech, energy, healthcare, logistics, business and finance. All of these sectors would see new offerings in Swayam. There would be a separate vertical on Swayam platform called Future of Work, and these 300 new courses would be provided under that. And now, again, since we are focusing on these 4 states, it would be worthwhile to go through the statistics of these 4 states and how they compare to the rest of India and to the best practices in other states. So when it comes to West Bengal, the number from Aishe enrollments in higher education is nearly 25 lakhs. In engineering, 8% of those 25 lakhs are engineering and technology students, and non-tech is 92. And when it comes to Swayam enrollment, only 47,000 students are on Swayam platform out of 25 lakhs. So it's just 2% of the students who are taking benefit of this platform. But the interesting thing would be to look at the breakup of those 47,000 students in engineering versus non-technical streams. So despite having a lower number in higher education enrollment of just 8%, 68% of 40,000 students are from engineering and technology background, because I think they're more aware of the quality and the resources that are available on the platform. And despite having 92% of the non-technical streams, only 32% of those would make up in the 47,000 enrollments in Swayam in July 24 semester. When you look at the people who are not on the system yet, it's 24.48 lakhs, so nearly 98%. So again, I would ask the universities to kind of target their population to make the students who are studying humanities and social sciences more aware of these offerings, and to let them improve their skills and employability through these courses. When it comes to semester-wise enrollment, there has been some increase over the last couple of semesters in West Bengal. But when you compare yourself to similar student base in terms of the higher enrollment, higher education enrollments, like Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra, where they contribute to about 13% or 22% of their higher education enrollment in Swayam, here it's only 3%. So I think the West Bengal could kind of learn from the other states that are doing well, that they have what kind of chapters they have developed, what kind of local chapters and networks they have developed to propagate these courses. This point has been alluded to earlier, but when it comes to division within the national coordinators, NPTEL, which mostly offers technical courses, leads the enrollment at 2.23 lakhs, and all of the other national coordinators from Swayam are at 1.7 lakhs. And the top tech offerings are computing using Python, all of the courses which are oriented towards computer science, which is expected. When it comes to non-tech offerings, again, this is along the expected lines. People are favoring banking and financial markets, financial accountings, and things like that. When it comes to universities accepting the credit transfer, out of the total 58 universities that are in West Bengal, 15 universities, which is 26%, accept the credit transfer. Average enrollment in these universities is 3,945, as opposed to 43 universities which don't accept the credit, and the average enrollment goes down to 443. Now, I want to highlight this point, that when a university accepts the credit, it creates an incentive for the students to enroll on Swayam portal, and that you can see in this data, that nearly 10 times is the enrollment of the universities who have accepted the credits. And this is a list of top 5 universities who have the maximum number of affiliations. So I think if we target these universities first, we would be able to reach the biggest number of students. When it comes to Odisha, the total enrollments, according to Aisha, is 9 lakhs. The engineering technology is 22%, but only 30,000 of that 9 lakh is enrolled, so 3%. The ratio gets flipped, again highlighting the similar gap in our approach maybe towards the non-technical student body. So only 25% out of the total 78% are on the platform. And again, there's a big gap which we can fill. The student enrollment in the last 3 semesters has not been impressive. With this similar student base, Kerala is at 4% compared to Odisha's 2%. Tech and non-tech, you have a similar story as West Bengal. NPTEL leads the pack, and the rest of them are at 50,000. Top tech offerings, again, go on the similar lines in computer science courses, and non-tech offerings, again, are similarly in finance, accounting, brand management, digital marketing, and such. Universities accepting credits here are 6 out of total 37. Average enrollment somehow is flipped in this case, which needs to be looked into from a data perspective. The maximum number of affiliation are these 5 universities, which can cater to 6 lakh students. So if we just focus on these 5 universities, we'll be able to actually cover most of this and higher education enrollment in Odisha. In Bihar, 24.2 lakh is the total higher education enrollment. Only 3% of those are engineering and technology. Only 42,000, that is 2% of the total population, is on Swayam. And the number gets flipped here again. Engineering technology students are taking advantage of this platform at a much higher proportion than the non-technical students. The last ministry for Bihar, because we have seen a drop of nearly 18% in Bihar enrollments. And Karnataka, which is similar population in student body, contributes to 8% compared to 3% in Bihar. Tech and non-tech, again, NPTEL has the lead in enrollments compared to rest of the 9 NCs who have only 78,000 enrollments. Tech offerings and non-tech offer a picture as the rest of the states. When it comes to the universities who adopt the credit, you see the incentives of adopting the credit again against nearly 900 average student enrollment in universities which do not accept the credit. There is 6,600 in the 5 universities that do. These are the 5 biggest universities, again, in terms of the number of affiliations. They cater to nearly 15 lakh students. So we should target these first. When it comes to Jharkhand, out of the 8 lakh students, 7% are engineering and technology. The total enrollments are on Swayam. 35%. So here, actually, the ratio is still somewhat imbalanced, but better than others. So non-tech students are taking advantage of Swayam platform here. When it comes to last 3 semesters, there's an encouraging trend in the last semester at least, and but the total enrollment in the last 3 semesters is 1%, which is smaller than the comparable states. When it comes to non-tech, again, NPTEL is twice the amount of the rest of the national coordinators, and the offerings remain almost the same except psychology of learning, which is the top non-tech offering in this in Jharkhand. When it comes to higher education institutions who accept the credits, 6 out of 33, so 18% do. Average enrollment here is not that different, so the credit acceptance does not lead to a greater enrollment. Maybe the roadblock is more about the awareness and not actually the credit integration. We can again look at the biggest universities first, try to approach them, try to fill the gaps that they have in their teaching and learning capacity, and fill that gap through these kind of platforms. Expectations from the states would be similar to what I said in the earlier presentation, to provide policy support to promote these courses, to target biggest universities, to appoint nodal officers, to have a point of contact for all communications, and provide support in conducting these kind of workshops. For universities, having a nodal person which can guide not only the students but also your faculty in how to leverage these tools in the most efficient manner would be useful. To have these kind of workshops, to have integration of Swayam into university curricula would be the biggest impetus for these courses. These are the contacts. Again, I will share the presentation as I did the last time. You can note these down, contact us for any feedback or any support you need from the ministry or from the Swayam team. Thank you. That would be all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. The next online presentation is on Swayam University Dashboard next, and we have Dr. Jayakrishnan M., a senior scientist at NPTEL, IIT Madras. He is a dedicated researcher focusing on the role of information and communication technologies for the development of education, with expertise in improving in-service teachers training programs. His work is pivotal in enhancing higher education in India. We are privileged to have him here to speak about the Swayam dashboard for the universities.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just share my screen. So this is a presentation that is available. I'll share the link of the presentation. It is available for everyone to use. I hope the slide is visible on the screen over there. Yeah. Okay, so this session is primarily on what we have brought in for as the Deputy Secretary Rohit sir said, how can universities leverage the data that is coming in? So we have brought in the Swayam University Dashboard. So this session will be primarily meant targeting how universities can use the dashboard and have a better planning at your own university on getting more enrollment in, and also planning for exams and other activities around Swayam. Now that UGC has also brought in a framework that allows exams to be conducted, especially in scenarios where dates are clashing and there are failures, etc. You could do your local exams and compensate for it so that more people will enroll in Swayam courses. So the larger idea of the dashboard is university officials get a clear idea of adoption of Swayam courses and can use the learning, the data related to the learners from their university right at their fingertips. And it will, this, what we are hoping is this will allow the university to conduct more awareness and sensitization session to the learners, both students as well as faculty, to adopt Swayam in their regular teaching learning. So the important informations for university nodal officers. So every university is supposed to appoint a university nodal officer. Please ensure that at your university, before even applying for the university dashboard, please ensure that you have approved Swayam guidelines within the university. Create a generic email address of the format swayam-uno-xxx, where xxx is the ISHI ID of the university, and domain can be any mail provider. It could be your university domain or other mail providers that you have access. So there is a page in Swayam which explains this entire thing, along with step-by-step guidelines, the larger framework which has been approved by UGC for exams to be conducted by the university. And also there is a help guide on how to use the university admin dashboard. The clear steps on what all should be done is also available. So please make sure that you read all these documentations. And you can see over there that there is this form. So you can use this form to apply as a university nodal officer. Okay, to appoint your appoint your university nodal officer. Submit the university nodal officer details in this form, and we will enable the Swayam University dashboard for the nodal officers. Couple of important points, and this has been coming up again and again. Please do understand that for the university to see the data of their students, it is important that the learners first enroll themselves correctly on the platform. So they have to identify themselves as either a student or a faculty, and then appropriately select the college state, the college name, automatically university. So all the college names have the affiliated university names internally mapped. So it will come properly over there. And the other details like college or university registration number, the degree that they are studying, the department that they are part of, the study year. So study year is basically when they joined the program, be it a PG or a UG or even a diploma, whatever program they are doing. What is the study year? So it could be first year, second year, third year, like that. So from joining, which is the current year that they are in. So please ensure that the students give the correct information related to all this. Only when the university is correctly mapped in the enrollment will you see this data in your university dashboard. Now coming to specifically to university dashboard, this will be the view that you will see. So you can see when you open as a university admin, you will see some basic information about the total number of courses, total enrollments, unique users. I'll come to it. So there is some descriptive data that is available over here. And there are two tabs. One is course related information. Course related information means which all courses have the student signed up for. Okay. And its details are provided. The total assessments and the total number of submissions for that course you can see over here. So what are these aggregate information? So the important thing to look at, you have a filter. You can filter for the year and semester. Swayam runs in January and June semester. So suppose you want to look at the data for the current offering of Swayam, you would say 2025 and January. So that is what you will select. The total number of courses is the total number of courses which are offered in Swayam. The total enrollments field show the number of enrollments. That means how many user and course combination. Okay, so the total number of user and course combination that is available from the particular university. and the total number of unique learners are the number of unique students who take up these courses. Typically, what we have seen is whenever university students try to learn more than, they may opt for at least two courses. So, on an average, you may see variations of that nature. So, 2 to 3 courses they may register, they may enroll for learning. The data below is the data related to the assignments. So how many of these learners have submitted assignments, how many submissions were there, and on an average. So one of the major criteria that the dashboard has is how many of these students have completed 75% of their assignment. So that makes them eligible for writing exam if the exam is locally conducted by the university. So this is the number that you see at the bottom. The next important information that the universities can look at is the course related, the tab which I said, the very first tab, the course details tab. It is seen over here. So the course details actually show you the different NCs and the courses from each of these NC that your students have taken. If you apply the correct filters, then you will also be able to see that specific category, and it says total enrollments, total assessments in that course. Out of these 16, how many submissions have happened and how many are now eligible. So this is the data that you will see. One of the main thing that you can use this is for identifying the courses for which university can conduct exams locally. So Swayam in the current semester has more than 1,300 courses that we are offering, right? And it will be impossible for the university to conduct exam for each and every course that is there on Swayam. So one possible way in which university officials can use this dashboard is to see the top enrollments over here and use that for planning for your exams. The other thing also to look at is look at the lower enrollments. See whether the courses are relevant for you. If the courses are relevant, you can sensitize your students to enroll for these courses and increase the enrollment for them in the current year. The other tab that is available, and this is the most useful tab for the university officials, is the student related information. You can actually download data for all the student enrolled on Swayam from your university. It could be for any NC or all NCs, a specific course or all the courses that are there, and the download can be done for the entire set of students or only the students who have crossed 75% of assignment barrier. So once you click on start download, a job will be run, and this data will come as once the job ends, the data will come in this particular CSV format. And you can continuously refresh status to see whether the data is available, the job ran or not, and then download the data dump over here. So this is something that the dashboard allows you to. The other part of it which is currently available is uploading of external marks. So assume that the university conducted the exam, then they have done the marks. So when a university conducts exam locally, the proposed split is 30% of the mark will come from Swayam and 70% of the mark can be taken from the university exam. This particular information you can collate and upload over here. The CSV file template is available. You can click on select CSV file, upload that CSV file over here, and once uploaded, it will be available at Swayam. So this will tell Swayam that the university has conducted local exam and so many students got benefited. So this is a feedback coming back from all of you after conducting exams, so that Swayam will also know how many of your learners actually used what do you call the examination framework that is available and have used the dashboard to upload the information. I'll just show you a live demonstration of this. So I hope my screen is visible. So the university admin can sign in to Swayam like any other Swayam user. And what they will see is something called university admin over here. So the university dashboard is seen over here. So you can click on the university dashboard and it will take you to the respective university dashboard. Since I'm the super admin, I'll just select the university and yeah, so let me select, say, so I'll select university from the region where the workshop is happening. So you can see that the total enrollments and the other details automatically have come over here. Like I said, the course details are seen over here. I can actually do it based on the total enrollment. So I can see for Calcutta University, the more popular courses are the marketing courses, management courses like banking and financial markets, which already Mr. Rohit had showed you earlier. So you can see that out of the 131 enrolled, 2 assessments are open by now, out of which 37 submissions have happened. And there are 16 of them who have completed more than 75%. That is at least done more than one. That is both the assignments are done by the so many number of learners. As the number of weeks progress, so this is a real-time data. So as the weeks progress, these numbers will increase. More data will come, and this can be downloaded. And if you want to look at student details, you can, so for example, I'll select IMB, all courses, I'll start download. You can see that the download has started over here. The job status shows running, and I can, it will take a couple of minutes, and this data will be available over here, and I can download it as a CSV for myself. And this data can internally be used for looking at, allocating exams and also populating the exam scores and other things. You can actually use this data for your various data related purposes. So this everyone is the university dashboard. I hope all of you are if you have not yet applied for the university dashboard, I hope you will proceed internally, get the Swayam courses for credit approved within your board of studies and Senate or the relevant academic bodies, and apply for the university nodal officer and make use of this dashboard for better planning of course enrollments and assessments, both for Swayam as well as for your local exams. Yeah, that's it from my side. I'll be happy to take any questions from the audience.
Hello.
Yeah.
Are you getting my voice?
Yes, yes.
बहुत शानदार इंट्रोडक्शन आपने दिया। एक प्रश्न है, अगर विश्वविद्यालय आपका नोडल ऑफिसर नहीं बनाता है तो क्या कॉलेज इंडिपेंडेंटली अपना कोर्स आपके साथ डेवलप कर सकता है?
देखिए, ये कोर्स डेवलप करने का डैशबोर्ड नहीं है ना। ये
डेवलप करने का मतलब कि वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करा सकता है अपने स्टूडेंट का, जैसे आप पहले यूनिवर्सिटी को इन्वॉल्व कराते हैं, अगर यूनिवर्सिटी ने इनरोलमेंट नहीं लिया डैशबोर्ड से आपके,
हाँ,
तो
हाँ,
क्या
हाँ।
कॉलेज डायरेक्टली अपने स्टूडेंट को आपके यहाँ इनरोल करा सकता है?
हाँ, मतलब कोई भी स्टूडेंट बस साइन इन करना ही है ना। अभी हर कॉलेज एक्चुअली स्वयं का लोकल चैप्टर बन सकता है। स्वयं का लोकल चैप्टर बना तो आपको उसका डेटा भी आपको दिखेगा कि कितने स्टूडेंट्स एनरोल हुए हैं। वो स्पॉक का डैशबोर्ड अवेलेबल है आपको। सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ कांटेक्ट ऑफ द कॉलेज, उनके पास मतलब एनरोलमेंट रिलेटेड डेटा अवेलेबल।
जी जी।
और बहुत सून मतलब बहुत जल्दी हम लोग ये एग्जाम और असेसमेंट रिलेटेड डेटा भी आपको फ्रॉम द सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ कांटेक्ट डैशबोर्ड से हम लोग दिखाएंगे अक्रॉस स्वयं।
जैसे फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में मेरे
हाँ।
मैं इंडिपेंडेंटली अपने कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स को आपके यहाँ
हाँ।
रजिस्ट्रेशन करा सकता हूँ किसी भी कोर्स में जो स्वयं जितने कोर्स देते हैं।
हाँ।
क्योंकि इस पॉइंट अभी तक इस पर किसी ने बताया नहीं था। अभी तक जो भी संभाषण हुए थे उसमें हुआ
हाँ।
था कि यूनिवर्सिटी का नोडल ऑफिसर जाएगा, ठीक है, और
नहीं।
थ्रू द यूनिवर्सिटी
हाँ।
जो है आप जाएंगे। अगर यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं गई या कॉलेज अपना चाहता है कि हमारा स्टूडेंट आपके यहाँ से उसमें स्किल एनहांसमेंट कोर्सेज आपके यहाँ से प्राप्त करें, तो उसकी प्रक्रिया पे थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डाला जाए।
वो बहुत सिंपल है। जो आपने साइन इन देखा था, एक मिनट में, वो सेम प्रोसेस है। स्वयं के कोई कोर्स लेने का प्रोसेस सेम है। आपको वेबसाइट में जाना है और एक मिनट मैं इधर, ये मैं पिछले एक इसमें भी दिखाया था। जो आप इधर आप कोर्स कैटलॉग देखेंगे, ऑल कोर्सेस इधर अवेलेबल है, राइट। तो इसमें कोई भी कोर्स आपको लेना है जो भी ओपन है। अभी मैं समझो मैं IIM का बेसिक कोर्स इन मशीन लर्निंग अपने स्टूडेंट्स को ज्वाइन करवाने का कोशिश कर रहा हूं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल स्टूडेंट को इधर साइन इन करना है।
ना ठीक है सर,
मतलब
स्टूडेंट साइन इन हो गया,
हाँ,
और उसके बाद उसका एग्जामिनेशन जो है कैसे लेंगे? जैसे आपने कहा कि 30% हम मार्क देंगे और 70% यूनिवर्सिटी है।
देखिए अभी फिलहाल वो एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट करने का, लोकल एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट करने, मतलब एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट करने का दो तरीका है। एक, स्वयं खुद एग्जाम कंडक्ट करेगा, जो अक्रॉस द इंडिया वो करते हैं, या तो NPTEL कराते हैं या NTA कराते हैं। तो ये स्वयं का दो मेथड्स है। अगर सपोज आपके स्टूडेंट को किसी वजह से स्वयं का एग्जाम लिखने का चांस नहीं मिला, तब क्या करेंगे? वो उसके लिए यूनिवर्सिटी को भी एम्पावर किया गया है कि वो लोग लोकली वो एग्जाम कंडक्ट कर पाएंगे, जैसे वो यूनिवर्सिटी इलेक्टिव के लिए करते हैं। तो ये कोर्स का पूरा असेसमेंट सब कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी करवाएंगे, एज इफ दिस कोर्स इज अ यूनिवर्सिटी इलेक्टिव। तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली यूनिवर्सिटी के मार्क ट्रांसक्रिप्ट में जाएंगे, एंड 30% ऑफ जो इंटरनल मार्क्स रहता है टिपिकली यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में, वो आप स्वयं से ले सकते हो। आपको सेपरेट एग्जाम्स करवाने की जरूरत नहीं। स्वयं में जो इंटरनल असेसमेंट्स रहते हैं, हर हफ्ते जो असेसमेंट आते रहते हैं, उसका एवरेज स्कोर के हिसाब से वो उसको आप 30% में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हो, और बाकी के 70% के लिए यूनिवर्सिटी को ही एग्जाम कंडक्ट करवाना है। क्योंकि आज एग्जाम कंडक्ट करवाने का अधिकार सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटी के हाथ में है।
JK, इसमें I want to add just JK, Dr. Vichal Kapoor this side from UGC.
Yeah.
There are three kinds of institution as we talk. One is the affiliated institution, second is the autonomous institution, third is the university. And then university has multiple types, central, state, private and deemed. जो भी एग्ज़ाम की यहाँ बात हो रही है, उसमें जो एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्टिंग अथॉरिटी है उसको ही यहाँ आना होगा। मतलब टू बी आंसर टू दैट एक्सप्लिसिट क्वेश्चन, कि अगर आप एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज हैं तो एग्ज़ाम आपके बच्चों का एफिलिएटिंग यूनिवर्सिटी कराती है। आप ऑटोनॉमस की भी गाइडलाइन देखेंगे तो ऑटोनॉमस के बारे में भी अभी इनेबलमेंट गाइडलाइंस में नहीं है, लेकिन ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेज जो होते हैं वो टिल द अवार्ड ऑफ प्रोविजनल डिग्री दे कंडक्ट ऑल द एग्जामिनेशन, बट दिस मॉडल इज स्लाइटली वेरिंग फ्रॉम टाइप ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी टू, मतलब स्टेट टू स्टेट। तो जिसको यूनिवर्सिटीज हैव ऑल द पावर्स टू कंडक्ट एग्जामिनेशन, सो दे विल हैव नो इफ एंड बट, दे कैन कंडक्ट एंड डिसाइड वेदर दे वांट टू हैव स्वयं मार्क्स और देयर ओन मार्क्स, whereas other set of institutions they will need university support and university has to come on board.
हेलो सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि हमारे यहाँ इस बार जो है इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में बच्चे अपीयर्ड हुए थे एनटीए एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट की थी, लगभग 12 से 13 बच्चे जो है फेल्ड हो गए हैं। तो उनकी डाटा जो है हम अपने एक्चुअली क्या है कि 2018 से सर हम एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं, रेगुलेशन फ्रेम तो 2021 में आया है, इसके पहले से हम अपना एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं। जो बच्चे फेल हो जाते हैं उसको अपने मार्कशीट में जो है हमारा एक कोड है, उसके अनुसार से हम उसको इनबिल्ट करके जो मार्कशीट में देते हैं। जैसे अभी आपने कहा कि जो बच्चे फेल हो जाएंगे उनका जो टेम्पलेट है वो थोड़ा सा कम्बरसम है, 28 टेम्पलेट है सर उसके अंदर में, 28 कॉलम दिए हुए हैं, उसको थोड़ा सा आप अपने एंड से उसको ईज बनाइए, क्योंकि सर हम 28 कॉलम को भरेंगे तो हमारे लिए थोड़ा सा कम्बरसम होगा, तो उस टेम्पलेट को थोड़ा सा ईजी कीजिए सर, ये मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है सर।
28 कॉलम में 27 कॉलम हम लोग भर के आपको दे देंगे
सर। कल मैंने टेम्पलेट डाउनलोड किया है सर, उसमें कॉलम वैकेंट है।
देखिए टेम्पलेट मतलब टेम्पलेट आपको वो स्कीमा बताते हैं कि ये आपको करना है। अगर आप टेम्पलेट को देखेंगे और आप एक बार अपना स्टूडेंट का डेटा डाउनलोड करेंगे, ये स्टूडेंट के डेटा में 26 कॉलम्स मतलब ये 28 कॉलम्स
सर। आप एक मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम है झारखंड राय यूनिवर्सिटी सर, उसमें डैशबोर्ड पे लेके जाया जाए सर।
या 1 मिनट आपका आईसी कोड क्या है?
0762 हो गया सर।
हाँ, झारखंड राय यूनिवर्सिटी।
जी सर।
हाँ, अभी मैं आपका ये जो डेटा मैं अभी सपोज मैं ये स्टूडेंट डिटेल्स में मैं फिलहाल एक के लिए करता हूँ, कौन सा करूँ मैं?
NITTR।
अच्छा ठीक है, NITTR करता हूँ, उसमें एक कोर्स के लिए मैं करता हूँ, ठीक है,
इंडियन नॉलेज
सिस्टम। ठीक है, अभी मैं ये एक्चुअली आपने ऑलरेडी इधर
मैं सर डाउनलोड कर रखा हूँ एज ए फैकल्टी या SPOC या यूनो। मैं जब अपलोड करने की बात करता हूं तो उस टेम्पलेट में 28 कॉलम आते हैं सर।
हाँ, इसमें से ये 28 कॉलम में से 27 कॉलम इधर ही मतलब ये 28 कॉलम यही है। आपको इसमें अभी 1 मिनट मैं शेयर स्टॉप करता हूं और आपको ये
क्योंकि सर इस कोर्स के जो कोऑर्डिनेटर मेंटर जो है सर असाइन हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी से, जब मैंने उनको कहा कि सर आपको इस कॉलम में भरना है तो उन्होंने डायरेक्टली कहा कि मैंने ये रियली हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि 28 कॉलम जो है भर पाना सर उसको।
नहीं देखिए, मैं ये डेटा अभी जो डेटा दिया है मैंने उसको सेव एज करके मैंने CSV करके ओपन किया है, ठीक है?
जी सर।
अभी देखिए मैं ये CSV ओपन करता हूं अपने एंड पे और मैं वो स्क्रीन फिर से शेयर करता हूं, ठीक है? ये रहा आपका स्टूडेंट का डेटा, ठीक है?
जी सर।
ये डेटा में अगर आप देखेंगे तो ऑलरेडी 26 कॉलम है, राइट? ये 26 कॉलम में आपको बस ये एक कॉलम में फोकस करना है जहां पे आपको एक्सटर्नल मार्क डालना है।
ठीक है सर।
तो ये अगर डाल के आप फिर से ये अपलोड करेंगे, ये डेटा हमारे पास आ जाएगा।
ठीक है सर। जो बच्चे फेल्ड हुए हैं उन्हीं की डाटा हम सर उसमें अपलोड करके सर्टिफिकेट ले लेंगे बच्चों का?
नहीं, बाकी को वैसे ही रखो, सिर्फ वो फेल वाले स्टूडेंट का मार्क इधर डाल।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
यानी कि जो डेटा आपको मिल रहा है वो डेटा में आप ये डेटा आपके स्टूडेंट्स के जो ये वाई वाला कॉलम है ना, वाई वाले कॉलम में जो एक्सटर्नल मार्क है बस वही डाल दीजिए।
ठीक है सर, इसमें कर दूंगा सर। एक और चीज
इतना सिंपल है। आपको मतलब पहले आपको वो स्टूडेंट मार्क डाउनलोड करना है और सिर्फ ये कॉलम में ही अपडेट करना है।
नहीं, ठीक है सर, क्योंकि एक्चुअली जहाँ पे UNO डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर में फैकल्टी को जो अपलोड करना है, जो यूनिवर्सिटी नोडल ऑफिसर है, वहां से एक टेम्पलेट डाउनलोड होती है, वहां पे वो ब्लैंक था जिसके कारण से जिस मेंटर को मैंने शेयर किया।
हाँ, नहीं वो शक हो सकता है क्योंकि वो हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि इतना कॉलम रहना है, वो आपको चेक करो। बट हम लोग एक नोट भी डालेंगे कि अभी मतलब ये कंफ्यूजन है तो हम लोग एक नोट डालेंगे, दिस टेम्पलेट इज एग्जैक्टली सेम एज द स्टूडेंट डाउनलोड दैट यू हैव डन।
सर एक और क्वेश्चन, जो NTA ने एग्जाम कंडक्ट किया है उसकी रिजल्ट तो पब्लिश हो गई है, लेकिन वेरी सुन हम लोग के पास में उसकी डाटा कब तक आए? क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल स्टूडेंट का डाटा कलेक्ट करना, हम अपने बच्चों से कलेक्ट करते हैं इंडिविजुअल डाटा, हमें चाहिए कि
हाँ
हमें चाहिए कि पूरी डाटा मेरे पास में अवेलेबल हो जाए, सो दैट कि सीओई जो है देख के, कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन देख के वेरी सुन हम डिसाइड कर सके कि जो 100 बच्चों ने या 50 बच्चों ने 100 मार्क्स के लिए अपीयर्ड हुआ है, उसमें इतने मार्क्स उसको आ गए, इंटरनल जो है असाइनमेंट्स के इतने मार्क्स आ गए उस बच्चे के पास में, तो टोटल क्लब करके हम देख लेंगे कि 150 में या 130 जो भी 100 मार्क्स है, नॉर्मलाइज करके हम देख लेंगे कि हाँ 40% उसने अगर ऑब्टेन नहीं किया तो हम सेमेस्टर रनिंग में ही एग्जाम लेंगे। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी हमारी एग्जाम खत्म हो गई है, अभी 12 बच्चे फेल्ड हो चुके हैं एज पर द मेंटर डाटा हमारे पास में है, अब उन 12 बच्चों के लिए हमें फिर से जो है रीशेड्यूल एग्जाम करना पड़ रहा है। तो ये थोड़ा सा कम्बरसम है, इसको थोड़ा सा देखा जाए कि सो दैट यूएनओ के पास में डाटा आ जाए, यूएनओ सीओई के पास में रिपोर्ट करे और हम करें मीन्स रनिंग सेमेस्टर में अपना एग्जाम कंडक्ट कर ले, सो बच्चों को जो है वो हैम्परिंग नहीं हो कि सेमेस्टर के बाद में एग्जाम देना है या एक लॉन्ग टाइम जो है गैप हो जाएगा। एक और चीज कहना है,
ये इस वाले एनटीए के एग्जाम के पहले ये डेटा आपको दिखेगी।
ठीक है सर, ठीक ठीक ठीक, थैंक यू।
Hello, hello,
Yeah, hello.
hello. Am I heard?
Yeah. You are audible.
Yeah. I'm from a state university of Odisha. I was asking the examination that the HEI is allowed to conduct, is it in the online mode or the offline mode?
It has to be, I mean, ideally it has to be a face-to-face, madam, because जो स्वयं का एग्जाम है प्रॉक्टर ओके फिजिकल प्रॉक्टरिंग के साथ होते हैं, so if you are, I mean, think of it as a I mean that's why I said think of this exam as a university elective exam conducted for a university elective. यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए आप ऑनलाइन एग्जाम नहीं कंडक्ट करते ना, आप इन पर्सन वाला एग्जाम ही प्रेफर करेंगे ना, सो डू अ फिजिकल प्रॉक्टर्ड एग्जाम that will give a little bit more legitimacy for the credits awarded.
Okay, one other question is, earlier we had the terminology of University Swayam Coordinator, and now we are asked to give a separate, nominate someone as nodal officer. Is there any difference between both, or both can officiate, or what is the role and response?
Both can be, so both can be the same thing. So the see, the university nodal officer is only the terminology that we have come up with for accessing the dashboard. Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as the university is concerned, a single point of contact who have access to data, who is also interested with popularization of Swayam, wide adoption of Swayam in the university. That is the university coordinator. That can also be university nodal officer. So, I mean, if you actually look at it, having data, I mean, for widening popularity, you need to have data. So, making both as the same is the best solution to go for.
Okay. One last question is, for certain course coordinators, there is a the screenshot coming as successfully completed, but the certificate is not generated. What do we do in such cases?
Successfully completed.
For example, CEC. CEC is the course coordinator in Sanskrit, and then the students receive a screenshot. They are not able to download the certificate. In that, they say successfully complete. The course is successfully completed, but they are not able to download the certificate as such.
So, can the student go and check the in their progress page, the marks will be provided over there. Can you check whether they got the minimum 40% of the mark?
Yeah.
For that
the 40% is satisfied, but the individual assignment and the external, that difference, we do not have some rules.
No, it is there. The 40% has to be there in the agar mark transcript dekhenge. So if you look at the mark transcript, the internal marks and external marks will be provided in the mark transcript.
Yeah.
So if the internal has to be will be out of 30 and the external will be out of 70, then 40% of 30 has to come and 40% of 70 has to come.
Yeah, that is there. Okay, so accordingly we decide even if the certificate is not generated.
Yeah, so if they are not able to access the certificate, there is only one meaning, that due to some scenario, they are not eligible to get the Swayam certificate. That pass criteria for Swayam has not happened, either because of internals or because of externals.
Okay, and we are from a tribal region, and the extra price that goes in completing a MOOCs course, that is 700 or 1000, whatever it is
So,
troublesome for our students.
scheduled tribe already gets a 50 percentage waiver on
It's not
course
about the
fees.
caste alone, it is the EWS category of students whose majority is seen in some of the universities like us.
I know. I don't have an immediate answer for it, but I believe NTA's exam are priced at 250, if I'm not mistaken. The NTA exams are at 250 rupees or somewhere at a lower rate. I think the NPTEL exams are the slightly costly exams. I mean, we have not been able to bring down the cost to 1000 from 1000. I mean, it is running right from 2014. Even though, so only thing that we have been able to maintain is not increase the cost beyond 1000. But with NPTEL, one other scheme that we support is fee waiver, bulk fee waiver for colleges. Has your, I mean, if you are a local chapter, I mean, Swayam local chapter,
No.
the Swayam local chapter can actually write to NPTEL and ask for a fee waiver.
Okay, that I'll look at.
So, yeah, so please do register your college as a Swayam local chapter. Then it becomes easier for us also to understand the situation and try to work with you on that front.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Hello, sir. I have one question. So, is there
Yeah.
any planning by Swayam to include the courses offered in regional languages? Because it will increase more registration from the students who offer regional languages as the medium of writing in the examination.
So, writing the examination, we have tried Hindi as a medium. We have had partial success. It is not a high enrollment, so to speak. We will definitely put this again because these requests are coming again and again, and we are trying to see what is possible. Because if it has to be, see, there are also some logistics constraints when we want to conduct exams in regional language, right? I mean, the learning content in regional language is easier. Already, I think a lot of our Swayam videos, we are providing at least 8 to 11 translations and audio dubbings as well. Exams in regional language is a slightly, especially for technical courses, it becomes a slight problem because I cannot completely convert the technical terms into regional language. Then it completely, I mean, we need a translator at our end to ensure that whatever we are meaning is exactly the same over there at our end also, right? But yeah, I mean, I will definitely take this point back. I'll check with the coordinators from our side to see whether exams at in regional language is possible. I think once the adoption comes in, see, the other part of it is also English as a lingua franca for higher education. It is also beneficial for the student when they move towards, let's say, employment and other parts of it. See, the learning part we can definitely support, but the examination, at least if the examination is in English, what it helps is the learners can actually be competent in one language when the evaluation is concerned, which is considered pretty important when you go to other English-speaking nations for higher education and other things. And of course, in terms of employment, English communication is pretty important, right? So, though I will take the point, but can you try convincing students that this, at least for assessment, try looking at writing exams in English? I mean, it's also aspirational also, right? As in, I mean, it gives that additional confidence for the student. Oh, I was able to score well in the exam, right? In a English, as even though English is a foreign language for me, I am able to write the exam. That brings in that confidence to the student as well. So, I mean, both sides. Let us work on both sides and see what emerges. Yeah.
Sir, can you please explain the different kinds of courses available, like credit courses versus non-credit courses, certificate versus non-certificate courses, whether fee is required for all kinds of courses, and again.
So, see, yeah, see, I mean, the classification of credit, non-credit is completely dependent on the university that is accepting the credit. Okay. So, as far as Swayam is concerned, all our courses could be taken for credit. The credit adoption is where the barrier is. So, if a university says any Swayam course is acceptable, then there is no difference for you, right? So, it is completely dependent on your parent university on what exactly the distinction is. As far as Swayam is concerned, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, courses worth 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. credits that we are giving over here. Learning from these courses is absolutely free. There are no charges. Enrollment is absolutely free. The charges are there for the exams. Okay, the exam charges depend on the national coordinator that you are, the course, the national coordinator who is offering the course. So if it is NPTEL, the charges are slightly higher. If the exams are by CEC, IMB or the other coordinators, the charges are significantly less.
Sir, one more thing is that most of the courses are either of 2 or 3 credits, and few of them are of 4 credits. In the typical university examination system, if the students want a elective or core course to opt from Swayam, then the courses are either of 4, 5 or 6 credits. So that creates a problem. Is it possible for a particular student, for any elective, he has to opt 2 courses of 2 plus 2 credits, whether the university will allow that, yes, this 2 plus 2 is equal to 4 in reality?
No. So again, see, the problem is not Swayam, right? Swayam has its own reference point, so to speak, where we have what do you call as so each university has their own credit system. So for example, you say 4, 6, etc. I mean, I am at IIT. Our credit system is 9, 12, 16, like that. So each university has their own justification for the credit systems. So the point is, if the university feels that the curriculum of that particular course is equivalent to what they do in the regular university, then it is easy for the university to say that the credit offered by Swayam is equivalent to my 4 or 6 credits, right? So see, the onus is on the parent university to say that this is equivalent to my credit, right? So how much? So the barrier that I said, it is upon the parent university. So for example, let's say there is a Indian knowledge system. I mean, I'm taking that course which one of the participants suggested. So assume that Indian knowledge system is a 2 credit course in Swayam. But imagine the curriculum, the portion, everything is the same in the same university. But in the university, it is offered for 4 credits. Now, it is up to the university's board of studies and senate to decide whether the Swayam course with the same curriculum or maybe 80% or 90% similarity with our curriculum and the proctored exam is worth the 4 credits that we give for Indian knowledge system in as per our thing, right? So that is the place where the blocker is. So there is, I mean, as far as Swayam is concerned, we are saying, I mean, the 1, 2, 3 are credit systems in Swayam's parlance. It does not mean that it has to be exactly 1:1 with the university. So if the university can understand this and appropriately frame their credit equivalence, it is easily doable. Several universities have already done that. So for example, IIT ourselves, have done something similar. Okay, so they have equated it to the respective credit system of whatever we are following. So that complete power is there with the university. Swayam needn't explicitly, extrapolate credits for each and every university. Then in that case, every other university in India will get affected, right? So we are following one standard. If every other university can say there is equivalence over here, that solves your problem.
But sir, with NDP 2020, when there will be a single uniform course, either throughout the state or throughout the country, the credit system will be same.
Needn't, right? I mean, so even if it is NEP, I mean, credit system is what university defines, right? So the point is, then in that case, we don't need state boundaries.
Yeah, right. That should be there.
All of us are the same, right? So, but see, why certain things have to happen well locally, right? For better adoption, certain flexibility has to happen locally, right? So this, unless and until you are empowered to do certain things locally, the local context is different compared to the national context, right? So, so if you say that everybody has to give this same credit, that is where the problem is. Realizing that the curriculum is same, the modality is the same, and I can now consider this as equivalent is a much more easier thing to do than looking for the equivalence of credits, isn't it?
Sir, hopefully a common request from among all the participants probably throughout India that the fee structure should be reduced.
That we have noted.
Please look into this. Even if it is NPTL from 700, it should be 300 or less than that, because education should be free. And Government of India and state, most of the states are providing it free. So it should be around 300, or else what is happening, I am giving you one example from my state. For a particular semester examination of, say, let us say 500 marks, let us say for 25 to 30 credits, a student has to give 400 to 600 rupees as examination fee. But under Swayam, for a single subject, a general category student has to pay around 700 rupees. So the cost, if you multiply by 5, it becomes 3.5 thousand rupees, which is practically impossible, and that is probably one of the most important reason for less enrollment of the students in most part of the country, specifically my area. So please, we have a request to NPTL and UGC to kindly look into the reduction of a fee drastically.
Sure, sir, sure. In fact, we are already, as I said, if you are a local chapter, we are already doing a fee waiver for you. There is a bulk fee waiver based on the available funds and other things. I will take it to the coordinators as well.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let me, because I have three, four things I want to tell. One is that about the question about examination in regional language. So one is what Swayam is providing. Another is the enabling ecosystem which has been done where university can conduct their own examination. And we have been issuing advisory from time to time that even if the medium of instruction is English, universities should put all possible efforts to conduct the examination in the regional language. So that window already exists with you, that if you want to give this window that they study from the Swayam in English, however they can appear in the examination in regional language. Those who are familiar with the CUT examination, you may be knowing that even we conduct a CUT examination in 13 languages. So it sometimes we convert into regional language, sometimes you can also convert as far as, so enabling provision for that has been already created. Second is about the creditization of 2 plus 2, 3 plus 3. See, we all have to understand that there are two ways of looking at creditization. One is there is a national credit framework which has come and defined the creditization. Even prior to that, creditization has been done. One which is defined at the central level. So what JK is telling is there is two mechanisms. One is the NPTEL, another is the Swayam. So you have to be very clear that which particular vertical you are looking at in creditization and offering courses. So Swayam Plus, when you look at it, categorically says in the guidelines that If you are conducting your own examination, then the whatever credit is prescribed in the Swayam course have to be adopted as it is. Even when we are trying to, as I spoke about in the morning, the Swayam Plus courses. So once UGC will say that course on AI for so many hours and these many credits as available on the Swayam Plus, then this will be binding on all the universities to adopt it. Otherwise, we will never have the uniformity. Today you see a course on Swayam Plus, you say, I will give you 3 credit. Although we are saying 2 credits. Some university will say 1, some university will say 4. So you have to look at from that perspective where the uniformity needs to be maintained. And anything cannot be flexible in that respect. The last point which were being discussed by 2-3 delegates about the fee. See, fee is something which is decided through the policy intervention. So it cannot happen during these discussions that fee has to be reduced. If you really want some point to be made, this point is already, as JK has said, it is in our consideration also. From where these guidelines have come that universities can conduct the examination, from the feedback of such conferences only and the state government intervention. Similarly, you may write to Swayam, you may write to ministry, you may write to us, you may write it through state government about how the Swayam board or Swayam policy intervention should look at the fee fixation for the candidates who are going to opt for Swayam modules. So these 3-4 points I thought before I'll clarify. JK, I think this seems fine.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected sir and ma'am. I am Enkateswar Kondagori, MA in Education, Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, deemed to be university. My question was, sir, it was more accessible for users with disabilities like hearing impairment and visual impairment.
Definitely. I think accessibility is one of the key concerns that we are looking at, especially when you are looking at, see, for hearing impairment, something that we have brought in is almost all courses we are trying to bring in transcripts. The visual impairment, something that, I mean, to the best extent possible, we have tried to make the portal more accessible. We have looked at the accessibility standards that are being put in by the World Wide Web Consortium, the WCAG guidelines. We are working on it. Whatever tools they have suggested, we have used it and we have tried to make sure that the accessibility, the minimum accessibility standards are met. We are working continuously to make sure that the more and more points like screen reader and all other things are also, I mean, we comply to those standards on a consistent basis.
Thank you, sir.
I understand this is a very burning topic and you all are interested. I can see the inquisition that you have to ask questions. But keeping in mind the time, I think we should move ahead. And I would request the participants, any 3 of you who are sitting here in the audience, we will only take 3 because of paucity of time, to share their experience. So they have to come here on the dais, stand here and speak about their experience so far, and briefly introduce themselves and inform us about their affiliations. Those who want to speak, kindly come forward so that we can be quick enough. And please keep it brief. Thank you.
इसके लिए मैं सर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा और साथ साथ बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिला है यहाँ पे इस वर्कशॉप के अंदर में। बहुत सारे जो मेरे डाउट्स थे एज ए यूनिवर्सिटी नोडल ऑफिसर्स एग्ज़ाम से रिलेटेड वो भी मेरे जो है वो सॉर्ट आउट हो गए। और मैं चाहूँगा कि ऐसे वर्कशॉप हमारे झारखंड के अंदर में भी हो। जैसे रोहित सर ने जो डाटा दिखाया, मैं इसमें थोड़ा सा असंतोष प्रकट करूँगा क्योंकि सर ने जो है क्या किया है, सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के ही डाटा को जो है रिप्रेजेंट किया है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आगे भी जो है सर प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी को भी सर हौसला अफजाई करने के लिए प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी को भी जो है इंक्लूड किया जाए ये मेरा रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा सो दैट कि हम लोग भी जो है उसमें जो है बढ़ चढ़ के भाग लें, क्योंकि मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी जो है 2018 से सर जो है इस एग्ज़ाम में पार्टिसिपेट कर रही है और हम अपने क्रेडिट ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी को जो है वो अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
यहाँ से बोल सकते हैं।
Told us, but what is the guideline of our proctored examination system? Means what we are under the Utkal University, unless until we don't get a clear roadmap to carry out the Swayam courses, and Swayam courses are really very much needed in Odisha because the booming industrial revolution which has been going on in this state. So most of the engineering colleges and universities, they are taking care of this. But why not these graded colleges or non-autonomous colleges in this state? So I request the stakeholders and to help us here from the non-government aided colleges, or most of the participants are from those institutions. So can we proceed with Swayam? Can we join the revolution by the UGC and other stakeholders? And thank you so much, Keith and Keith, for providing us this beautiful arrangement, food and everything. And thank you, Vice Chancellor, Keith, and also the Higher Education Department, the Government of Odisha, who thought that the aided colleges also should join this program. Thank you, everyone.
सबको नमस्कार है। दूसरे शब्द में मैं डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ संतोष प्राचार्य गंगा सिंह कॉलेज एक क्लास में शिक्षक हूँ। मैं सर्वप्रथम इस गंगा विश्वविद्यालय को शिकायत प्रदेश के विभाग था। मैं अपना अनुभव बताता हूँ। एजुकेशनल प्रोफेशन जब मैं देखता था स्वयं की कोर्सेस, तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं जहाँ जहाँ मेरा इंटरेस्ट था, जोग्राफी, हिस्ट्री, वहाँ से मुझे ज्ञान मिला। अब पता नहीं, अब डीडी पर आना बंद हो गया है। सर ने बताया कि ईश्वर प्रभाव में आ रहा है। तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 है, उसके लिए तो लाभदायक है। इसमें दो तीन चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा सर, कि उसमें जो रिसोर्स पर्सन्स यूजीसी या ये लोग ड्यूटी बनाते हैं,
As I am Manas Molandas coming from Sikkim Skill University, Bolpur, Shantiniketan, West Bengal. As a faculty, I am also enrolled SAM course, and I am also enrolled the FDB program provided by NPTEL through SAM course. Our university engineering students are basically enrolled on the proposal basis on the elective course on the SWAYAM. I have a request to the Swayam course, if there is a available of laboratory visiting facility for Swayam, like IITs or IIMs or whatever did, there is an opportunity to visit student on through Swayam course. It's very benefit for our student, and thank you for this organization committee.
Sabko Pranam, Honorable Joint Secretary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellors, dear educators. I am Dr. Priyonil Basu, and I am from the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. For us, it was a wonderful experience to have so many educators, such eminent people, to be assembling here to discuss on a question that allies very closely with our central philosophy, which is free education for all underprivileged students. So we were really, indeed, we feel privileged, we feel honored by your presence. And I heard many good things today that cleared up a lot of misconceptions that I had about the portal, or doubts and queries, everything. And I was also able to see that the officials at the portal are really trying very hard to make sure that the portal reaches every last student and every last person. And I have a suggestion on behalf of the students that there should be some downloadable offline content so that they don't spend their net packs again and again, because there is some limitation. And also, from my side, it's a request to put up some Swayam fellowships. Rather than making it completely free, let them win those fellowships, then they'll have that urge to study more and more. And that way they can really, those free ships can go to the really deserving students. And our students are from the scheduled tribes. They are deeply underprivileged. They have seen such difficulties in life. So Swayam is a portal that will open the gates of education for many of them beyond the level of universities. So this should continue. So I thank you all very deeply. And my feedback to the Swayam portal is that this is a wonderful, wonderful initiative, and this should keep growing and keep growing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. We now invite Dr. Atul Nag, Nodal Officer, Swayam and Swayam Outreach Workshop, KISS Bhubaneswar, to deliver the concluding remarks. Sir, please.
Good evening. Thank you, one and all, for having gathered over here. I am emotional because I should say we registered on Swayam University dashboard, signed up as a local chapter, and we got this opportunity from UGC to host this outreach workshop. I am extremely thankful to UGC for having granted this opportunity to us. And especially throughout the day, we have been deliberating about a lot of different things. In the beginning, we heard about the challenges that we are facing in this 21st century, especially with the emergence of AI, and just learning in normal classrooms won't be enough. We need to upskill, unlearn, relearn. All those buzzwords are there, so we need to come up with all this. And Swayam is one of the platforms that is granting us this opportunity. And again, I am really thankful for the new guidelines that was given for us, that universities will be able to conduct examinations for the Swayam NPTEL courses that the students are undertaking. That again is a very helpful initiative on our end. So not carrying anything further, I would, one thing that we can take behind, many of us know what Swayam is, but then after this workshop, maybe we can renew our, energies, or we can refocus and try to see how we can integrate more of Swayam into our courses, and, make the education more accessible and reachable to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Prashanta Kumar Rautray, Registrar KISS, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
And good afternoon. Honorable dignitaries, honorable guests, dear educators. I am truly honored to stand before you today as a registrar of KISS University to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for making the Swayam Outreach Workshop a resource success. I see Swayam is a very catchy word. I personally say Swayam is for myself. The self-learning. Thanks to UGC for giving this type of catchy word. At least someone will feel, yes, this is my education. I must see my future out of this Swayam. As for the Swayam Outreach Program, it is a remarkable initiative by UGC aimed at fostering collaborations and bridging education gap across the regions. By reaching out to participants from the different states and universities, this workshop has facilitated a rich exchange of knowledge and ideas on curriculum that will undoubtedly create a lasting impact in the academic community. These collaborative efforts of all the stakeholders involved will help us strengthen the Swayam platform and further its mission of bringing quality education to every corner of the country. First and foremost, I extend my profound sense of gratitude to Dr. Abhichal Raj Kapurji, Joint Secretary UGC, for entrusting us with this responsibility of organizing this event. I sincerely thank Sri Kali Prasanna Mahapatra, IS in his absentia, Dr. Higher Education, Government of Odisha, and special thanks to Special Secretary, Government of Odisha, Mr. Ramakant Nayakji, Sri Govind Jaiswal, Joint Secretary, Minister of Education, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Deepak Kumar Behra ji, Vice Chancellor, KIT University, Professor Saranjit Singh, Professor R. Sarathi, Professor of IIT Madras, Sri Rohit Tripathi, Deputy Secretary, Minister of Education, Dr. Joy Kishan, Senior Scientist, IIT Madras, and our Registrar KIT University, Professor Gyananjan Mahanti, and all respected Vice Chancellors from Odisha, Professor Sabita Acharya in her absentia, Vice Chancellor KIT University, Utkal University, Professor Chandi Chan Rath, Vice Chancellor Amadev University, Professor N. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor GM University, Professor Prasanna Kumar Sai, Vice Chancellor Utkal University of Culture, Professor Gitanjali Das, Vice Chancellor Barampur University, Professor Nivedita Nath, Vice Chancellor Manikeshwara University, Kolahandi, and all these registers, principals and professors from various universities of Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar and Jharkhand. Your support and contributions have enriched the workshop immensely. I would like to thank Mr. Atul Lag, the nodal officer of Swayam KISS DU, and all the core committee members of KISS, senior functionaries of KIT, and dean and directors of KISS University, organizing committee of KISS and KIT University, faculty members, students, and all the volunteers who worked tirelessly behind the sense of ensure the seamless education of this event. Execution of this event. I am extremely thankful to the print and electronic media for covering the event. Thanks and a lot of hospitality unit of KIT University for their excellent support and IT team for their technical support. My thankful to all the students, our KISSians, who participated and are and ultimate beneficiaries of this initiative. We express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Founder, KISS and KIT and KIMS, Professor Achut Samant, Honorable Founder, whose blessings and encouragement have always guided us to move this meaningful program or success. It is his vision that has paved the way for all of us to come together and move forward in this such impactful manner. Let me express once again our deepest appreciation to all the distinguished dignitaries, participants, and contributors who have made this workshop an overwhelming success. Your presence, wisdom, and dedication are what made it event truly. My special thanks to our Dean, School of Language and Literature, Dr. Chita Bhoi, Aparupa Patnaik, and Jasmiti, my colleague from KISS University, those who are anchoring the entire show from the early morning till date. Thank you all for being a part of this significant event. We look forward to contributing this journey for excellence together. Thank you all. Now the meeting is over. Before we leave, we have arranged one high tea for you in the same Kunjavan, and we'll say goodbye to each other before we leave. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I request all the participants their feedback form at the registration desk. It's a kind request.